Good morning, Mr. Khanyak.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Where Gunjanba?
I can't complain.
Do you know who will be sharing the presentation from your side? Is it Leonard?
I think it is going to be Mrs. Lamini.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Oh, okay, it's fine. I'll wait for you to come in.
Okay.
Okay, so.
Yeah. Committee Secretary, it seems like we've got only 2 members in the platform. Can you check if members are not in the lobby?
Recording in progress.
Good morning, members. Good morning, the team from the Special Investigating Unit. Members, today my video is going to be off. I'm seriously down with flu, but work has to be done. Today we're going to receive annual performance plan and budget from the SIU, and later we'll take the Legal Aid South Africa. Committee Secretary, do we have any apologies from members?
Good morning, Chair. There's nothing from my side.
Thank you very much, Honorable Swart.
Chairperson, I'm sorry to hear you're not well, and we pray that you'd be speedily recover, and thank you for your commitment and hard work to the committee. I'll be speaking at the Honorable Sitoli's memorial service later this morning, so I just give apologies in advance that I'll be leaving. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Swart. We are going to recover. It's the season, it comes with these kind of things. Good morning, Advocate Mutibi.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and honorable members of the Portfolio Committee.
Good morning to you and good morning to your team. You are going to start with the presentation. You'll also introduce the team you are with here in the portfolio committee. We will take 30 minutes for a presentation, then members are going to interact with it. We have a long day today, and unfortunately, there is a sitting at 2, so we don't have a bottomless. It was better last week because we didn't have house sittings, so we had a bit of a bottomless kind of an approach.
Yeah.
So I'm able to thoroughly interact with the presentations. So we'll give you to introduce your team, then proceed with the presentation for 30 minutes. Then members are going to interact. You may proceed, Advocate Mtibi.
Now, Honorable Chair of the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Constitutional Development and members of the Portfolio Committee, good morning. My name is Andy Mutivi, the head of SIU. I'm joined by my colleagues who are the members of the Executive Committee. It's Mr. Kaiser Khanyaho, who's the head of stakeholder relations and spokesperson and communications. I'm also joined by, I don't know if they should show their face just to show that they're present. Mr. Khanyaho, if you can just show your face quickly. Thank you. Thank you very much. And then I'm joined by Mr. Lekheto, who's the Chief Operations Officer. Mr. Lekheto, if you can just greet the Honorable Committee, please. Then I'm joined by Mr. Vanara, Advocate Vanara, who's the Chief Legal Counsel. Mr. Vanara, thank you. I'm also joined now by Ms. Dlamini, who is the Chief Strategy and Innovation Officer. Oh, there she's sitting with Mr. Lekheto there. And then I'm also joined by Ms. Zwani, who's the Chief Information Officer. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Zwani. Also joined by Mr. Mukungo. He's the Chief Risk Officer. Thank you, Mr. Mukungo. I'm also joined by Ms. Neptune Masombuga, who's the Chief Human Capital Officer, responsible for people management. And then I'm joined by Mr. Maharaj, who's the Chief Program Portfolio Officer, responsible for the third program, which deals with data analytics and the others. And then I'm joined by the Chief Finance Officer, who is of course, ensuring that the management of finances are sound. And then we have Ms. Buarato Leshope, who's the Chief Audit Executive. Ms. Billy Shope, I don't know if, oh, there we go. There we go. Yeah, that's the EXCO. If I've left anyone else, then really it would mean that I don't really know my colleagues. But Mr. Lambani is in my office. He's not a member of EXCO. There, Miss Fatlani. There we go. The Chief Governance Officer. The Chief Governance Officer. Thank you. Mr. Lambani is in my office. Is joining just to ensure that really matters in my office run properly. Thank you. Thank you very much. We are ready to proceed, Honorable Chair.
Yes, proceed, Advocate Mtibi.
Thank you. If I can get the presentation up, please. There we go. Thank you, Honorable Chair. We've noted the time we'll really try our best to really go to the salient features of our presentation. Today, we're presenting to the Honorable Committee our strategic plan 2025 to 2030, accompanied by the annual performance plan for 2025 and 2026. So we have reviewed our strategic plan, which was ending last financial year. So we're starting on a new strategic plan, which is a 5-year plan of 2025 to 2030, and we'll go through some of the salient features of the strategic plan. The details are there in the presentation and in the annual performance plan and the strategic plan that have been submitted through the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development. Next slide, please. Right, this is the table of contents. We really won't go through it line by line. If you can just slide on. Yeah, it's still the table of contents explaining what's in the presentation. Honorable Chair and honorable members, we thought it appropriate, although the performance of the previous financial year is still under audit, but we thought it appropriate just to show really the background from which we developed our annual performance plan. As matters sit now, we are on a 94% performance. As we say there, the audit is currently underway, but we are not expecting any material really changes, because we've engaged with the auditors, also presented to the audit committee. We're expecting that audit to be completed soon. As I say, we don't expect any material changes. You can slide on. We again thought appropriate so that when we do our annual performance plan, we look at the past performance, which of course gives us the baseline, and we, as the honorable committee can see there, reading from the right to the left, we've really shown quite a good performance over the years. We have sought to ensure that we keep to that trajectory, of course, ensuring that the annual performance plan is achieved. As I indicated, on the extreme left is the performance that really created a direct baseline into the new annual performance plan. Thank you. Next slide. Going to our mandate as we reviewed our strategy, Honorable Chair and honorable members. Next slide. Our constitutional mandate has not changed. We were mindful also by the Constitutional Court judgment that really confirmed the jurisdiction of the special tribunal. That gives us the latitude to continue to maximize and optimize the recovery, speedy recovery that's presented by the special tribunal. We are really pleased about that. The next slide goes to our legislative mandate and policy considerations as we prepare our strategy and our annual plan. There hasn't been any changes in our legislative mandate, and we also, of course, continue to take into account any policy developments that may present. We are mindful of the work done under policy mandate. The last bullet point, the National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council is doing the work mandated by the President in reviewing the architecture of anti-corruption in the country. We participated in the last meeting that they called in May, where they presented the final recommendation to the stakeholders. So we are mindful of the work that's done there, so that we position or reposition as may be required. The next slide really takes into account, Honorable Chair and honorable members, that we take into account the Government of National Unity and the national priorities for 2024-2029. The National Development Plan goals, we ensure that our plans integrate that. And as I said, the Government of National Unity outcomes, and of course the medium-term development plan. On the extreme right, Chapter 14 of the National Development Plan, which deals with the anti-corruption framework for the country, and of course priority 3 in the medium-term development plan, which in the main focuses on building state capacity and creating professional, merit-based, and corruption-free and developmental public service. We do contribute in that space, of course, in conjunction and collaboration with other JCPS partners. The next slide. As we did our annual plan, we really looked at some of the policies and procedures that we need to ensure that we strengthen. As we move forward, and it's going to come out in the presentation, the prevention part of the fight against corruption, that's where we're really going to pick up and ensure that we create the framework that guides government in the prevention side of the fight against corruption. The proactive side, which is the investigation, coming out with outcomes, prosecution, recoveries, disciplinary actions, taking action against the accountable or responsible companies and blacklistings. That part must continue to work. We must now pick up on the prevention side, and we have drafted a national corruption risk assessment and prevention framework that is going through the government process to ensure that it's signed off in support of the national anti-corruption strategy. The civil litigation, we want to make sure that we continue on that trajectory. This is the really end-to-end function of the Special Investigating Unit, where we ensure that we recover monies lost by the state. Of course, we want to strengthen coordinated reporting. The lifestyle audits are one of the areas where really companies, departments are calling on SIU to assist in this space. We've done several lifestyle audits, and that is the stream that also contributes to the prevention side, because it gives us the indicators, and where there are red flags, we are able to focus on ensuring that we investigate and mitigate. Of course, we want to continue to review institutional policies and strategies. On the bottom side, under investigations, of course, investigations is our core business. We want to make sure that we reduce the turnaround times of investigations so that we meet the public expectations and continue to give out the outcomes that are required. And of course, manage the referrals that comes out of the investigations, the referrals, and we are pleased that there is a focused mechanism at the presidency level that also going to support the monitoring of those referrals. Another important part, Honorable Chair and honorable members, is the protection of whistleblowers and, of course, SIU investigators. We play a critical role there while we support the Department of Justice as they go about reviewing the legislation around whistleblower or witness protection. We also contribute in that space. As I indicated, we have developed a national corruption risk management and prevention framework that is then going to catapult the government on the prevention side of the fight against corruption. So that really is the general focus going forward around the new strategy, and the details are in the strategy itself. The next slide. There hasn't been any court rulings as we prepared the new strategy that really changes the way we should do our business. So at the moment, we're really still continuing with the trajectory. Now, in terms of the next slide, please, the strategic focus, we have created a path for ourselves. Next slide, please. Right, next slide. We have created a path for ourselves and the improvement trajectory. We are now almost at the last phase of 2025 plus, and we want to continue to make sure that we are world class at delivering our service and monitoring the impact on the public and whether it's really contributing to the improvement of service delivery to the communities, and also on the consequence management of those who are found on the wrong side. And we are really seeing a trajectory. More, of course, needs to be done in terms of recoveries, prosecution, disciplinary actions, just general consequence management, private sector companies that continue to take advantage. They also must be held to account. We are seeing a general trajectory of improved consequence management. Right. The next slide is really to show that we are focused on improving efficiencies, increase client satisfaction. This is the stakeholder that we deal with, and of course the public, and then the culture of innovation, because as we do our work, the world around us changes, and we need to meet all the changes that are brought by technology, by improved processes, and then as you'll hear later on as we summarize our technology approach. Now, as we embarked on the new strategy, we reviewed our vision and a mission. And the next slide indicates that we thought as an organization and as the leadership in the organization that we need to really tilt and tweak our vision such that it focuses on ensuring that we impact on the behavioral side of those that really needs to improve in the fight against corruption. And the focus on integrity becomes critical. Now, as the organization, we thought we would really improve on being an independent public integrity and anti-corruption authority for a corruption-free South Africa. Of course, it's a loaded vision, and we know what's required. As we move forward, we would like to make sure that that we achieve that. The old one at the top, we had set ourselves up as a state-preferred and trusted anti-corruption forensic investigation and litigation agency. Having looked at the order book and how the public really supports and reports matters to us, we believe that that vision we've managed really to get to it. But of course, we want to continue to be preferred as we focus on public integrity. And of course, it's supported by the new mission there, protecting public interest and access through prevention. Prevention becomes one of the keywords, prevention measures and systemic investigation. Honorable Chair and honorable members, we've really realized that the systemic issues in the fight against corruption, we need to focus on fixing the system and coming up with those systemic improvement measures to eradicate fraud, maladministration, and corruption. Right, and then the next slide, of course, just indicates the values upon which all of us in SIU have to abide by as we do our work. In the interest of time, the next slide focuses on really what those high-level strategic outcomes should be. As we did the strategic deliberations, resulted in the refinement of the 4 strategic outcomes that we had and to be pursued by the unit over the next 5 years. We want to continue being a high-performing organization and a compliant organization, but we added there that we want to be certified as a top employer. And there's a whole lot that's required to be certified as a top employer. It doesn't come easy, but we believe that we are in a position where we can really become an employer of choice in that sense. Number two, state assets and cash resources continue to be recovered where they're lost and protected from maladministration, fraud, and corruption. Outcome three, public confidence. We want to improve the trust of the public in the governance systems, structures, policies of the state, and restored and sustained going forward. Number four, corruption, maladministration, and fraud are deterred through proactive prevention measures. Prevention is going really to be the focus going forward, and of course, implementation of consequence management. Next slide. Slides number 18 and 19, Honorable Chair, is the details of really explaining the performance. I'm sure the honorable members would be able to read that, and they would have read. We will take questions, because in the interest of time. I'll go to slide number 20. Slide 20, please. Thank you. Now, as we do our work, Honorable Chair and honorable members, we want to continue to also measure the impact, right? And the impact, of course, it's a very important focus on saying, are we having the result of doing our work such that we see the reduction of corruption, maladministration, and malpractice, and such that it influences positively the service delivery. The recovery and protection of public resources, strengthening governance systems, and prevent future corruption, enhancing public confidence in the integrity and accountability of state institutions. Of course, a key enabler is operating efficiently, independently, to deliver impactful outcomes in combating corruption. At the top there, it's really an impact statement that we want to see our society being rid of systemic corruption, maladministration, and malpractice. The next slide really creates the same message, but in a diagram view. This really springs out all the pillars that I've already indicated above. If you can go to the next slide, please. Our planned performance as we go ahead. You'll see there, Honorable Chair and honorable members, top of mind is the global collaboration, which really says we are operating in a global world. We need to understand what's happening internationally and, of course, nationally. Technological innovation, I mentioned that. Again, prevention and systemic anti-corruption measures. Number four, data analytics and modeling. We need to continue to focus on that, and then continued outreach to the public that we serve, consequence management of those who are found in the wrong, and then, of course, strengthening of investigation methodology such that it meets with the developments in the world. An amendment of the funding model of the SIU becomes very, very critical, and of course, protection of whistleblowers and investigators. On the situational analysis, Honorable Chair, honorable members, is quite detailed in the presentation itself and in the annual report. It's really, really quite detailed. It's covered on slides number 26 to slide number 31. In brief, it really gives us a view of the macroeconomic outlook. If you go to the next slide, just as an example, next slide. The macroeconomic outlook that we have to look at, as I said, we need to understand what's happening in the world, what's happening nationally, in the country, the macroeconomic outlook and the pastel that we show on slide number 31. This really positions us such that we understand how is it that we strengthen the organization. We've seen the world over that the economies continue to be squeezed. The the companies are feeling the pressure, the margins are squeezed, and that has an unintended consequence of really squeezing the disposable income of the families, and it inadvertently leads to some unintended conducts that also drives some of the conduct to commit some of these crimes, including corruption. So we need to understand those dynamics, and all of that is spelled out in slide number 26. You can slide down, please. Slide 26 up to slide number 31. The details are in here. Honorable Chair, we noted that we didn't have much time to go through all of them. If you go to slide number 32, this gives us now the internal environment, internal to the SIU. We need to make sure that our employee value proposition continues to work for us, and we have to make sure that we take our members with in implementing the strategy of the organization. We also did a SWOT analysis that continues to tell us, what are the weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, and that we need to understand it appropriately, and of course, ultimately do the risk assessments that's required. Honorable Chair and honorable members, the internal environment analysis is covered from slide number 32. We slide on. If we just pause on slide 35. Slide 35 gives us a view of where we have come from. I indicated when I started the 5-year performance trajectory. How are we doing? How have we done? Where have we gone wrong? What is it that we can improve? So we also did the SWOT analysis on slide number 37. Honorable Chair and honorable members, you'll see we have made sure that we understand. We can't be complacent and think that the performance that we have achieved does not necessarily mean that there are no weaknesses and so on. So we did that so that we understand where is it that we can improve. Honorable Chair and honorable members, we now go to measuring our performance, measuring our outcomes. Slide number 39, please. Slide number 39. This is really the high level measuring of our outcomes in terms of the 5-year trajectory that we're looking at, and also in terms of the pillars that we have structured for ourselves. In terms of the outcome, if you look at from the left, 1, 2, 3, 4 is our outcomes that we have presented above in the previous slides. We want to make sure that from an external audit perspective, we maintain unqualified audits. We want to improve on our ICT environment. Of course, we set external top employer certification, and then we of course we want to maintain the ratio of asset and liabilities such that we remain a going concern, and the external audit, of course, has to confirm that. We also looked at the recoveries that we continue to improve on, that we must really up the game and continue to recover. We looked at some of the cases that are still pending in the high courts, in the special tribunal, and those that are in the pipeline. Those gives us some of the quantification that we have put down in terms of going forward to recover. Next slide, please. Yeah, so the next slides continue on the trajectory of the high level outcomes, and that goes on until slide 42. The annual report and the strategic plan would in so many words really trigger out. But the annual performance plan that we're going to go to now will give out in this financial year what is it that we'll be focusing on, because it's part of our key presentation today. And then as we did the work, we strategic risks and mitigation. The next slide, please. We have done all the work now, really viewed our business holistically, and now we asked ourselves, what are the risks that are attendant to our work? As we speak now, there's really no risk that is not within control, such that it will really make sure that we don't achieve our objectives, except that we have had to prioritize some of the risks. And we have spelled out all those risks, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, from slide number 43 to slide number 50. Without going through them in detail, we can assure the Honorable Committee that these risks, through the Chief Risk Officer, are monitored strictly. And then when there are key risk indicators that a certain risk is about to materialize, then we, of course, focus on that, and we ensure that we improve the controls. Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, as I said, the key risk and mitigation end on slide number 50. Honorable Chair, I'm going to pause here now because now that gives the overall of the strategic plan, the next 5 years view. We are now going into a year's view of the annual performance plan, and I'm going to give my colleague, the Chief Strategy and Innovation Officer, to come in, looking at the time, really take the committee through the key features of the annual performance plan. Thank you. My colleague, Ms. Lamini, come in.
Thank you, Advocate Mtibi.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Ms. Lamini, please come in.
Good morning to the Portfolio Committee, and good morning to the members as well, and our executive. I'm going to take the committee with the annual performance plan for 25-26. Has been highlighted that on our strategy, we extract a year that is under review, 25-26 for the APP. The first slide, we are trying to show that in the committee how we do the planning when it's come to our performance. Most of the question we normally receive is that, are we not setting the low target for us as an organization to achieve 95% on an annual report? This following slide is really indicating that how I have been increasing our target from year to year. As you can see in the first one, when it comes to the cash and actual cash asset recovered, we've been increasing for about 67%. The second one, for the rent value and contract set aside, we've decreased it because we look at the cases that are pending on a special tribunal, as well also what is on the pipeline. So when we do our planning for each year, we look at those cases as well, so that we know how much can be recovered. I'm not going to go through each and every slide, but just to indicate how are we putting this presentation or this following slide to indicate that we've been increasing our target on year. Others, as we said, that others we go for 9%, 67%, and there was a year where we increased about over 426% on the especially the one that I want to take the committee renewal of contract and administrative decision set aside. We've increased that indicator by 426%, and we really achieve very high. And when you look at our performance, which is still under the audit currently. I'm going to move not to read line by line, but to take the committee now on the actual annual performance plan. The one has been tabled in Parliament, just to indicate what are we planning as an organization for the year 25-26. Under administration, we are looking at maintaining unqualified audit opinion. And then also we're looking at having our business processes automated. And we're also looking at very critical when looking at our employee turnover rate. We still want to maintain that at 4%. And this is a program 1, which is talking about administration in the organization. And I'm not going to explain what is mean about the admin and who are the key role players, which is mostly the support unit of the organization. I will be taking the committee as well on program 2, which is our investigation and legal counsel, which is our core business. In our core business, we also explain the purpose of the program and which are divisions that are contributing to such. And in the indicators that we are looking at 25-26, as you can see, the cash and asset recovered, we are looking to recover about 1 billion. And the contract set aside at administrative, we're looking at 5 billion. Potential loss prevented, we're looking at 1 billion in the year 25-26. And we're also looking at improving our turnaround time as an organization. When we conduct our investigation, there's a plan that is in place to improve even our framework when it comes to investigation methodology. And then other target, we're looking at corruption awareness. That is very key to us as well. And then also number of anti-corruption meeting convey, as we know that in the vulnerable sectors, this is where we are playing. We're looking at 16, and then investigation under public proclamation that we want to close is a 1,750. And then I would be moving to the second one, where we are looking at matters where evidence refer for civil proceeding. We are looking at 2.86 billion in the year 25-26. Cases that will be issued at a special tribunal is about 56, and proclamation status submitted to the presidency 33. And when it's come to our stakeholder survey and perception survey, we want to maintain 100%. And then the following one is also the other new indicators where it's been saying on our strategy, where we are crafting the National Anti-Corruption Risk Management and Prevention Framework, which has been also been presented to our JCPS for the DGs. We in this year, we want to take it up to consultation with public and provincial stakeholders, so to have that in engagement with other stakeholders. And we also, the SRU is a co-chair when it's come to the G20. So we included that in output as an organization to track, as we want to have a full implementation when it's come to the priority 3 deliverables of the G20. And I will be moving to the last market data analytics. You've seen that in our outcome, we also want to increase and improve on the market data analytics and prevention. We also have the purpose of this division or this program, and we also highlighted what our planning to achieve in the current financial year of 25-26 as APP. We're looking at number of referrals made for disciplinary action against officials. We're looking at 210 number of referrals made for prosecution with a relevant prosecution authority. We are working with our NPA and others on this one, and then we targeting 300. Number of referrals for administrative action is 140. And then we also do the trend analysis so that we understand what is happening in the space, in the ecosystem where SRU is playing. We're looking at having that trend analysis report for and the number of systemic improvement plan developed, which is 4. And then also we've highlighted that we are conducting also lifestyle audit in state institution by a request. We're looking at conducting about 8. And we looking at, this is we the last one, as I said, that we on our output, this is what we're planning as an organization for APP, that will be reported to the portfolio committee on all quarters, and then we will be tracking also our performance. And with that, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. In the few minutes that are remaining, Honorable Chair, honorable members, we want to really just give the Honorable Committee a picture quickly of our resourcing model, and we call it capacitation model. And our Chief Human Capital Officer is ready to summarize the bigger picture on how is it that we are resourcing ourselves to do the work effectively. Ms. Masomboga, please come in.
Thank you very much, Head of the Unit, Chairperson of the Committee, and honorable members, my colleagues in the meeting, good morning. Just in a nutshell, I just wanted to then give this highlights with regards to our resourcing. You would recall that, Honorable Chair, our resourcing framework is primarily influenced by a volume of investigative work tied with the signed proclamations. And thus, we have adopted as an organization the resourcing model, including but not limited to other agile, resourcing sort of models, such as the fixed-term contractors, independent contractors, and expert databases and on-demand workforce. However, we have realized that, with the lean workforce that we have, but very much a sustained a work with the expanding mandate, we find ourselves having to face, the work that we have to do. Of the total that we sit with today, we are sitting at a total of 781 total staff complement who are dedicated to ensuring that we deliver this mandate. 551 of those are dedicated to core operations, a deliberate but constrained structure stretched thin across rising investigative demands. But of course, with the demand on this team having intensified significantly, I would like us to go into this very slide that we would like to give you some highlights on. Over the past 9 years, the incoming proclamations have surged by 52%, while our headcount increased by a modest 6.5%. This gap signals an urgent need within the organization to scale capacity before operational strain impacts delivery on high-stake mandates. And of course, we have responded by adopting the global and other model in the resourcing market, such as the on-demand workforce, as mentioned earlier, the flexible working force, so that we're able to face these challenges. However, such, of course, brings and comes with its own challenges in terms of maintaining confidentiality and the intensifying war of talent, within the market. And that's, that is within the JCPS cluster. And we felt this, if it is well addressed, will allow the unit to scale at a pace of demand, if it is well addressed, of course, Chairperson, and reduce, of course, reliance on short-term contracts and build permanent capacity where it matters most. I would like to just wrap it up on that in the interest of time, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you very much, HOU.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, then we move to finance. Of course, CFO, please give the Honorable Committee assurance that our finances are well managed, please. Thank you.
Thank you, HOU, and we can, I think, good morning, Honorable Chair and committee members. We can, I think, go directly to the slide summing up the financial key indicators. Just going to talk on those in the interest of time. A bit of a busy slide, but it sums up the position in the last 5 years of where the SIU is financially. Financially, we do have money in the bank, and you can see there the bank balances is the dark blue line that we maintained for a period of about 5 years. But for the last 2 years, we had to delve into, let me say, the investments in order to fund the increasing cost of employment. And that's the blue line there. As the Chief Human Capital has indicated, we've got no option but to ramp up. And for that, we will need funding. So the cash has been declining, although we still over 500 million in the bank, still a going concern. But on the horizon of 2 to 3 years, we will definitely need to look at additional funding and changing the funding model. You will see there down the grant income, where traditionally we've had 70% of our total cost funded by grant income. That over the MTF period, up until 2025 recently, has declined to 44%. And then the yellow call out there is the debt book. That's our Achilles heel with regards to the funding model. The debt book, we are really trying to do everything, but if you look at the stats, only 36% of the average debt book could be recovered despite the best efforts. That sums up. I think we can go to the next slide. This slide indicates from a cost-benefit analysis, the SIU, and when we are discussing future funding, this is what we want the committee to look at and also Treasury to look at. So the SIU has recovered hard cash, hard fund 6.6 billion over the last 6 years. And this is not our own, this is not the debt book, this is on investigations. The total cost of the SIU is only 5.2 billion. So we believe that from a government point of view, it makes out a very good business case in order for Treasury and the relevant stakeholders and decision makers to make sure that the SIU is sufficiently funded to grow over the following 3 years. Next one. This is our MTF over the next 3 years. We've just highlighted the fact that the grant income as a percentage of the total cost is declining. And we would, in this year and over the next 2 years, want to go to Treasury to see whether the budget cuts that have previously been applied can be reversed in order to increase the funding to fund the growth in resources. Next slide. This has already been covered by CH. Next slide. Want to just go to the cash. This is the debt book. Yes, we are doing everything. You'll see there, this is what the debt book was at 31 March, 1.2 billion, which is a very large debt book. We are in the process of Kukela wrapping up in the next remaining period towards the 26th financial year. Next slide. Through our minister, we've written letters to all the institutions that have not paid us, and we're in the process then of escalating that in order to eventually, in the last bullet, invoke the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act if need be. So we are really doing and taking all efforts to recover the debt book. Next slide, just to show you this is the receipts. So over the past 14 months, leading up to 31 May, we have been able to, although we would have liked this to be better, but we've managed to recover 542 million. You will notice that the local government stays a huge problem, only 41 million of the municipal debt. But the rest of the government, tiers of government, we have been able to recover and therefore maintain our positive cash flow. I think that is it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, CFO. Honorable Chair, I know that time is not on our side. The last few slides, a minute each. Chief Governance Officer, summarize the governance model, please.
Thank you, HOU, Honorable Chairperson, good morning, and honorable committee members, good morning, and my colleagues. We have developed a governance framework to provide a structured approach in terms of how the SIU is directed, controlled, and held accountable. So what you see in front of you is our governance structure or a governance model. It has about 4 layers, the first layer being the shareholder oversight, whereby as a Schedule 3A public entity, we are accountable to the executive authority, which is the shareholder representative minister, and again, in terms of the SIU Act, to the President of the Republic of South Africa, who is also our executive authority. And in addition to that, we are also accountable to the parliamentary committees. That is the reason why we are here today, for the portfolio committee to exercise its oversight role over the SIU. In the second layer, Honorable Chairperson and the committee members, as the SIU, we are an entity without a controlling body. However, Section 49(2)(b) of the PFMA indicate that where there is no controlling body, the head of that entity is the accounting authority. As a result of that, our HOU advocate Mutivi fulfills a dual role, one of the accounting authority and another one of the head of the unit akin to the chief executive. He established the 4 accounting authority committees, which consist of non-executive members, to assist him in exercising his duties, in fulfilling his duties as the accounting authority. And on the 3rd layer, we've got strategic management and tactical management. I've already indicated that he fulfills 2 dual roles. So as a result of that, as the chief executive or as the head of the unit, he established the executive committee, which consists of executive members in the meeting today. And below that, there are sub-exco committees which are chaired by the members of the executives. And then we've got the last layer, which is operational or functional or process or compliance. This, we made a provision such that the accounting authority or the head of the unit or any executive member can be able to establish these committees. And in addition to that, we've got the enabling functions which assist us in execution of our mandate, in execution of to achieve the strategic objectives. So I'm going to end there, Chairperson, and thank you, HOU.
Thank you very much, CIO. Please, a minute, summarize the digitization process of the organization.
Thank you, HOU. Honorable Chair, honorable members, good morning, and my EXCO colleagues. Just a high-level summary on our digital transformation strategy. It is for us to digitize and improve on our efficiencies by digitizing the value chain, where we are making sure that we put products and systems that will ensure that our cases are managed from the beginning till the end. We also are looking at employing a number of resources that have technical expertise in market data analytics, in specialized fields when it comes to application and system management. Part of our strategy it is to ensure that with data analytics, we take the different sets of information that we recover and extract and make sure that we create data-driven investigations. So part of our high-level plan is to ensure that our value chain is fully digitized and we leverage on technology to improve our outcomes. Also looking into AI, we're looking into ensuring that our environment is secure by getting top-of-the-range solutions and systems when it comes to cybersecurity. In just a few minutes, I hope it just highlights all the different plans that we have in place when it comes to digital transformation. Thank you, Chair.
Well, thank you. Thank you, CIO. Honorable Chair, then we wrap up with Mr. Khanyago, who unfortunately, and apologies, we skipped his slides. Mr. Khanyago, in a minute, how is it that we're taking the internal staff and the public on our work and the approach that we use?
Thank you very much, HOU. Good morning to the chairperson and colleagues. Can you go to a slide before this one? Please. But in the meantime, yes, here we've just summarized the communication strategy, but the emphasis here is to say that we don't just want to communicate, but we want to influence the positive behavior of the public servants, citizens, and everybody else. And we also want to use technology to achieve what we want to achieve and ultimately make sure that whatever we do improves the reportage of allegations that will ultimately result in the proclamations by the president. And in the process, we want to say to the public, when we recover this money, it has to be taken back to the departments to make sure that the priorities of government continue to be done. And we do all of that by using the 3 hashtags that you see, and Know Your SIU, where we provide information to the public, SIU Works for You, where we then look at the outcomes and successes of the SIU, and thirdly, SIU Stronger With You, where we encourage people to do whistleblowers to report the allegations. And therefore, after we have done all of that, on every 2 years, we do a stakeholder survey, which we have just done now, and the results are in the next slide. Next slide. In this slide, I will leave the first part that deals with the approach and methodology. I'll focus on the number 2, which is the survey outcomes. We have done the survey, and the results of the survey are very positive in terms of the people of South Africa indicating that they know what we do, they understand what we do, and we have gotten a rating of about 75%, where people are saying we are effective. And then the effectiveness of investigation got about 73%, and then independence got 72%, and recovery of financial losses got 70%. And that is an indication of what the public view the SIU to be doing, and then they appreciate the work that we do. But they've also gone to do high level recommendation with short term, medium term, and long term. The short term one is where they are talking about how we need to enhance the stakeholder engagements, which is something that we will build in our communication plan going forward. And then on the medium term, they are saying that we must improve operational efficiencies, and they are saying we must have systemic review of processes. And in the longer term, they are saying that we must increase on the perception of the independence. The people want to see that we are totally independent. And those are, as a summary, the whole report is there for the committee if they need to see it. But this is a summary of what we are about. Thank you very much, HOU.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, slide 111 and 112 is really looking ahead and into the future, really summarizing some of the trajectories that we would like to focus at as the organization. This is looking ahead, and the next one is what the future holds in terms of the prevention, multi-agency collaboration, and of course digitization going forward. That's presented to the world. Thank you, Honorable Chair. That's the presentation from us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Advocate Mtibi and the team. Welcome, Deputy Minister Nel. Today we have started earlier than the usual time because we have relatively long presentations, and there's a house sitting at 2 today. So it's unlike last week when we operated when there is only committee work. Now what we're going to do, we're going to give members to interact with the presentation. Then we'll give the executive of the SIU to make responses and interactions to what would have been raised by members. Then we'll give you DM to do the parting shots before we go and take legal aid. Members, can you interact with the presentation?
My hand is up,
Our
Chair.
hands are up.
Uh,
My hand is up, Chair.
The order of the hand is Breitenbach, Swart, Mohlale,
no,
Matafa.
I say you.
See them, okay.
Can we start with Honorable Swart? Because he would have indicated an early departure, possible early departure. Then we take Honorable Breitenbach. Then we take Honorable Mhlala. Then we take Honorable Proper, Honorable Matafa. then Honorable Klopa, and then Honorable Tsotetsi. In that order, members, Honorable Swart.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to Deputy Minister and colleagues, Advocate Matiba. I'll be very brief because I need to leave, and I appreciate you putting me ahead. Chair, I'll switch off my video. Chair, just from our perspective, we again want to just commend the SIU on their report, and we appreciate the work that they've done over the many years, and we appreciate the fact that there's legal clarity as far as the tribunals are concerned. The one real achievement is the annulment of the locomotive contract on the 14th of April, 8 billion rand. So there's a lot of really good work that is being done. The biggest concern from our perspective is the funding model. And I think this is an issue which is ongoing. It can't be that 66.9% of the budget is coming from the clients, and where the clients are not paying. And this, whilst we appreciate there is a 500 million rand reserve, this has to be addressed going forward. Chairperson, there was budget cuts previously, and I would submit that this is a perfect opportunity for us as a committee to argue for more funding in terms of the Monetary Bills Act for the SIU, given the fact that they have proven that they are able to collect more when they are given more resources. So it is a very straightforward issue to me. My specific issue relates to the one slide 54, which shows quite a dramatic reduction in planned collections or aimed. There's a 2024-25 was 10 billion. It's now reduced to 5 billion rand. Can I give an understanding of why there is that reduction? Secondly, the challenges with the tribunal, but mainly with the civil litigation section when it comes to delays in the court processes. How can we assist, given the inefficiencies in the State Attorney's Office highlighted in the Kwaza food matter, where there was challenges in briefing counsel, and this again highlights how the SIU is dependent on other units. This is a massive concern. Thirdly, the issue of the SIU Act and amendments. This has been discussed a number of times. We need to find a way to assist the SIU. Maybe the DM can comment on that as well. If necessary, we can consider a committee bill, given that this is an ongoing issue relating to proclamations, relating to a number of issues in that regard. Chairperson, I think the issue of whistleblower protection is very important, and that issue is also that is receiving high-level approach and improvement, but we would just like to know whether the capacities, funding capacities, impact on that area as well. For me, the critical issue is the funding model. Lastly, the National Corruption Risk and Prevention Framework, which will be a game changer. Can we get more details in that regard? Chairperson, thank you from my perspective. Thank you once again to the unit for exceptional work. We need to give them their full support from our perspective and ensure they are properly resourced to do the work they're required to do.
Thank you, Honorable Swart. Honorable Breitenbach.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you, and good morning to everyone on the platform. Some of my questions have been covered by Honorable Swart. I certainly agree, Chair, that the committee should consider making an argument for more funding, and I think we should strategize on how we're going to do that. Then I would like to know what are the in-house views of the SIU on the implementation of an Office of Public Integrity. I'd like a bit more information on the information on the anti-corruption and cyber academy that they propose to institute. I'd also like a bit of an update on the progress of the project Kokela and how the collections are going. And then what progress is being made with achieving a clean audit, more particularly with regards to repeat findings. And yes, that's it then. Thank you, Chair. For the rest, I was covered by Honourable Swart. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bredenbach. Honorable Mhlala.
No, thanks so much, Chairperson. Greetings to you and members, Advocate Mtiva and the team. Thank you for the opportunity to engage on these critical matters of the work of Special Investigating Unit, the SIU, a strategic plan and the APP and the budget allocated under an increasingly suffocating austerity regime. Chairperson, the first input I want to place is the 2025 and 2026 SIU budget allocation is 596.4 million, with an annual real increase of only 0.7%. This is essentially a stagnant budget, especially in light of the unit's expanding workload, technological needs, and its critical role in protecting state assets and recovering public funds. Instead of expanding the SIU capacity to fight corruption and strengthen state integrity, the budget limits it. Austerity budgeting in this context is not neutral. It's actually political, Chairperson. It weakens institutions meant to deal with elite criminality, while the poor face the consequence of looted resources and broken service delivery. So my question is, how does the Treasury, is through the Department of, I'm asking this question and I'm expecting the answer to be answered by the Department of Justice. How does the Treasury justify such minimal real increase to the SIU budget while we are losing billions through regular, wasteful, and fruitless expenditure every year? What urgent engagements has the Department of Justice initiated to shield SIU funding from austerity cuts, especially considering its constitutional and public interest mandate, Chair? Input number 2, Chairperson, delays in issuing proclamations such as the National Lottery Commission case render the SIU toothless when corruption is urgent and time sensitive. As of February 2025, the Department of Justice has not approved a proclamation applied for in April 2024. This is not just procedural problem, it's a sabotage actually, Chairperson, through justice. Furthermore, while the special tribunal is supposed to speed up litigation, the appointment of tribunal judges on only 3-year terms risk institutional discontinuity and undermines judicial independence. So, Chairperson, my question is, what concrete timelines have been put in place to ensure proclamation approvals are not used as a political delay? Why has the tribunal not been made a permanent structure with judges appointed under conditions that ensure stability and independence? Chairperson, in terms of the input number 3, despite the talking of embracing AI, the forensic tech, and the big data analytic, the reality is that the SOU still battles with outdated systems, staff shortages, and a remuneration model that fails to attract the required talent. For instance, the SIU itself acknowledges it is losing talent to better paying entities. Even as it competes with institutions like the NPA and private sector, the real impact of this is delayed investigation, case backlog, and weak enforcement of referrals. So the question is, why is the budget not explicitly prioritizing ICT modernization and recruitment in line with the SIU technology-driven strategy? What has been done to fast-track the amendment of the SIU Act to strengthen its funding model and its mandate? And Chairperson, the other input that I want to put is about the SIU talks about proactive work like the market data analytic unit, lifestyle audit, and systematic investigation. But we know these programs remain underfunded and unevenly implemented across sectors. There's no strong coordination with provincial and local governments, which are hotbeds of corruption. For instance, while lifestyle audits are essential, there's still no standardized national framework or resourcing to implement this across the entire public sector. So my question is, what progress have been made to roll out lifestyle audit and implement recommendations from the anti-corruption forums at local government and SOEs level? Can the committee receive quarterly reports specifically tracking consequence management outcomes like prosecutions, dismissals, and recovery? So lastly, Chairperson, is the existence of multiple multiple entities such as the SIU, the NPA, the Asset for Fighter Unit, the Hawks, the NACAG, and the proposed Office of the Public Integrity called the OPI creates confusion and duplication and competition for scarce resources. This is not strengthening the fight against corruption, it is fracturing it. So the question is there a costed transition plan for moving the SIU's work into the proposed Office of the Public Integrity? Will the OPI be more independent, better resourced, and have binding powers? Or is it another bureaucratic reshuffling that doesn't deal with the real problem, enforcement? On consequence management, Chairperson, the SIU claims a goal of achieving 70% implementation of its referral, but we have seen that many referrals to disciplinary bodies, regulators, or the NPA result in no prosecutions, no dismissals, and no recovery of funds. We must be honest, if consequence management is not enforced, the SIU becomes just another research unit, not an enforcement body. So the question is, what is the current actual implementation rate of SIU referral to the NPA, SAPS, and disciplinary boards? How will the new case monitoring mechanism ensure real-time accountability? Will it be public-facing? Chairperson, on civil recoveries that are too slow, despite commendable efforts like the 2.2 billion ESCOM contract review or freezing of Transnet asset, the SIE is too slow in civil recovery. Much of the delay lies in its dependence on the State Attorney Office, which has a history of bungling briefs and causing financial losses. So my question, Chairperson, on this one is, why has the SIU not finalized its plan to establish an internal legal capacity to avoid reliance on the State Attorney? What percentage of financial losses identified in SIU investigation have actually been recovered in the past 3 years? Chair, I know the time is against us. So as I'm about to wrap, I'm just saying the SIU is doing important work, but it is boxed in by underfunding, legal delays, and lack of political will. Corruption is systematic in South Africa, and we need systematic responses. That means proper funding to scale up prevention, prosecution, and recovery, amendment to the SIU Act to enhance its independence, enforcement powers, permanent and stable tribunal structure, strong political accountability for delayed proclamation, and weak implementation referral. So in that essence, Chairperson, can the Department of Justice guarantee that all proclamation older than 6 months will be resolved by a specific deadline? What oversight measures will this committee enforce to ensure that the SIU impact is not reduced to media statement while the corrupt walk free? What is the GNU-led government's real commitment to fighting corruption if austerity continues to undercut anti-corruption work, as the EFF will continue to stand with the people in demanding that institutions like SIU are properly empowered not only to investigate but to act, recover data corruption in all its form? I also support Honorable the member of the member of Parliament that spoke firstly about the issue of SIU having to rely on the budget that they do for themselves, like to the recoveries. I don't think that is proper, Chairperson. Let's make sure that we give the SIU more money. It just showed us in many instances that they are capable, they can do the work as we are expecting them to do. Let's make sure that we talk amongst ourselves as the portfolio committee and give this institution the funds it needs to ensure that it run this institution with integrity and respect. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mhlala. Honorable Matafa.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, Chair, members, the DM, Advocate Mutivi, and the team. Chair, let me join members who have welcomed the presentation and appreciated the good work that has been done so far, considering the difficulties that sometimes the SIU have to confront. One major one being the recovery of monies outstanding for the work that they would have done and charged. So, Chair, most members have spoken to many challenges that were also underscored in the presentation. I only have one question, and it relates to the SIU Act and its amendment. Would the SIU say that process, if it's initiated and given the necessary steam that it deserves, will present the solutions and operational capabilities that will make the SIU effective and also be able to strengthen its legal capabilities? Because, Chair, my thinking would be that that process, or in the amendment of the Act, you might have an opportunity where a dedicated funding model can be identified and be provided for. In terms of operational efficiency and dealing with political bottlenecks, maybe there might be a proposal of flexible referral mechanisms, whereby in the event of referrals from Chapter 9 institutions can be considered, and the SIU can act in that regard. Also, in terms of the power of recovery of stolen public funds, there could be expansion of civil forfeiture powers. So my question is just that, Chair. And coupled to that is to find out from the SIU, have there been any engagements with the department to find out what delays are there, if there are any, and how do they intend to deal with these particular delays to bring back or to conclude the amendment of the SIU Act? Chair, maybe on a comment that was made, and I think Honorable Mhlala spoke to that, but it was part of supporting her statement. I'll put it as a question. What is the view of the SIU on the suggestion that the special tribunal should maybe be converted into a specialized court? I only have those ones, Chair, but once again, thanks for a brilliant presentation, and the good work that the SIU is doing is commendable. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Klopper.
Thank you, Chairperson, and also want to say thank you for the presentation. We really do appreciate it. Chairperson, I've been covered partially by many of the speakers, and we're speaking about the unsustainability of the funding model. The APP and the strategic plan both refer to the proposed amendments to the SIU Act, which have reportedly been submitted to the Department of Justice. Can the SIU just clarify what specific legislative amendments have been proposed to strengthen its mandate and to address the funding limitations? And I would also like to know if any of these engagements have taken place with National Treasury or the DOJ to prioritize these reforms during the current MTEF period. And more specifically, is there a timeline for tabling these amendments to Parliament? Chairperson, the APP also referred to the outstanding debt of 1.2 billion. And I know some of this has been recovered, over the time. I just want to know, how has this impacted the operational delivery or the case throughput over the last 2 years? Chairperson, there was in the beginning of the presentation a quick reference, I think, to the NAICAC. I just want to find out regarding the institutional integrity of the SIU. Have they been formally consulted on the proposals of the Office of the Public Integrity, and that it would absorb the SIU into its mandate? I just would like to know more specifically what the SIU view and opinion is on this. Chairperson, as far as the whistleblower protection, it's repeatedly cited, but I can't seem to find any national rollout plan or costed framework. What is the SIU doing to address these shortcomings meaningfully? On the local government interventions, I just want to know what specific actions or strategies is the SIU pursuing to intensify these efforts within these dysfunctional municipalities, particularly under the Local Government Anti-Corruption Forum. Chairperson, I think I'll pause there. That's all I have to ask. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Tsotetsi.
Thanks, Chair. And
Greetings to everybody that is in the platform. Chair, a number of questions have been taken by honorable members. So the SIU has been consistently improving on achieving its targets. I just want to find out what are the difficulties of pushing up the targets to 100%, so that it can complete a picture of a government entity that works perfectly. Do you have any difficulties in that regard? So I think that all of us, we are agreeing about how good has the SIU been consistently working. Now, in its strategy, we agree that funding to the SIU must be improved. We, however, also know that what has always been decried by Treasury, not only around the question of the SIU, but on number of entities and departments of government. We have always been having complaints from Treasury that there isn't enough money. I don't see in the SIU improved ways of collecting monies which they are owed, except the question that they will escalate and so forth. Do you not think that you must put in place an improved way of encouraging or enforcing that these ones who owe you must be able to pay you? Because at the moment, I think that is the monies that they owe you will be able to better enhance also or assist you to work in improving or reaching the targets that you want to reach. In any case, is the work that you have already done. Now, you intend to be an employer of choice. But what is the SIU recruitment strategy, and how does it guarantee a qualitative workforce in order to sustain these good results that are produced by the entity for its own sustainability? We know that the more you have good people into the system, they will be poached and so forth. We know we've seen that kind of problems emanating also from the Office of the Auditor General. But what strategy do you have moving forward to ensure that you continue to recruiting the best and having this qualitative workforce to sustain the good story of the SIU? I agree with the honorable that spoke before me around the question of the protection of whistleblowers. The problem with the law enforcement agency, it cuts across. There isn't any. The question of protection of whistleblowers comes just as a mentioned statement, but it doesn't really. The statement is not necessarily coupled with how, in the practical terms, do we intend to protect the whistleblowers. In your case, it's even worse that the threats goes to an extent that your own investigators get protected. Get threatened. Now, the protection of these two individuals will obviously speak to the continuation of the SIU to deliver on its mandate. So it makes it basically the core of what the SIU ought to be able to preoccupy its thinking with. But we don't necessarily get a sense that there is any creative ways in order to ensure that the whistleblowers as well as the investigators of the unit are protected. Now, what are the difficulties that the unit is facing in matters of compliance with prescribed financial reporting frameworks? You know that the Auditor General has repeatedly raised this issue. We think that improving on this can be able to give the SIU a better outlook in terms of audit report. And how is the unit intending to cure that aspect in order to ensure that it improves its outlook in the next auditing cycle? I did not see that coming across, perhaps as I mentioned, to say that there is an intention to cure that issue or any other issue which the AG would have raised repeatedly with the unit. I would want to repeat a concern raised by the speaker before me on the problems faced by the municipalities and the interventions of the SIU in that regard. In as far as the outstanding matters, that if there are any outstanding matters, I've seen that the report speaks also on matters that the SIU is sized with. I don't see much of the reflection on the local government-based issues. Is it an omission on your part, or is it a true reflection that the entity currently is not sized with any issue relating to local government, particularly in provinces that have always been red flagged, and Northwest is one of them? Thank you very much. Let me pause there.
Thank you very much, Honorable Zotetsi. The DM has indicated that he has went to join a mini EXCO. He will come back and join us when we deal with the legal aid. I think it would have been important if they were here to tackle and attend the issues relating to possible delays in signing proclamations. I think we all understand that proclamations are signed by President, but how best does the department try to assist the SIU in ensuring that
Chairperson, have you seen my hand?
I didn't see. I'll come back to you, Honorable Mvala. So that I think also Advocate Mtibi, you'll indicate when you come on what has been your lived experiences in terms of proclamations being signed or being delayed to be signed, and how best do you think the department should help you in that regard? Let's first take Honorable Nomvalo, then we'll come back for responses. Advocate Mtibi. Honorable Nomvalo.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. Now, let me apologize, Chair, for coming in this way. I had a problem with the network where I was. As a result, I couldn't hear some submissions. So I'll try to minimize my submission so that I don't create by default some redundancy. I could only hear when Honorable Matafa was speaking and other speakers who came after him. What I always find to be problematic with regards to the operational method or modality of the SIU is that For it to perform its duties, it has to rely on proclamations by the president. So it doesn't have a discretion to initiate investigations. So an important institution such as the SIU, which is doing quite a commendable job, and I think I must compliment the work that they are doing, that in the midst of what I call a fundamental, prevalent moral decay in the institutions with critical responsibilities, the SIU is outstanding in terms of maintaining its integrity and in terms of doing its work without any fear of prejudice. So we must give credit to where it is due. But I think what becomes a stigma to the work that they are doing is what I've said, that for them to exercise their responsibilities, they will have to wait for the president to give them a proclamation. I know it might be difficult for them to concede to that reality because they would not want to expose maybe their bosses and so on, or to project their bosses as people who are not competent enough. But that is the fact of the matter. That kind of an order is a bit problematic, and it poses some threat to the work that they are expected to do. But I have a couple of questions, Chairperson, subsequent to what I've said. The first question is about the special tribunal, which was established, I think, in terms of Section 2 of the SIU Act, which deals with adjudicating matters which go to litigation as a result of investigations which have been conducted by the SIU. I want to check with Advocate Motibi that do you think that that institution has enough capacity in terms of the judicial support that is there to to preside and quickly finalize litigation on time and expeditiously? Does it have challenges? And if it has challenges, then what are those? Because it does a very critical job, because investigations don't end by giving recommendations. Some recommend further litigation. So if that institution, the special tribunal, is not doing its job, or if it doesn't have enough capacity to do its job, then it means the primary work of the SIU to investigate is as good as non-existent. So do we have enough capacity? Do we have enough presiding officers? Do we have enough tools to litigate these matters? And in terms of the experience that you have, how can you rate the special tribunal? Then the second question is on the investigative or investigation methodology that you currently use. Do you think that it is sufficient enough to match the complexity of corruption in the public sector? I think in one of our meetings, I once raised this and gave a practical example to say what the AG and other investigations are struggling to investigate successfully is how the tendering system or other loopholes of the tendering system in the public sector. And the orchestrators of corruption have mastered the best way of executing corruption in a manner that is not going to be easily detected, and two, in a manner that is not going to be easily investigated. We all know it's a prevalent modus operandi, which is widely known in society, but which is not punishable because of the difficulty to ascertain evidence in that regard. The issue of fronting, of instructing your relatives, friends to open companies, and you give them jobs, knowing that that company belongs to an official and the friend has just been instructed, to open a company so that they can get tenders from public institutions or municipalities. Now, are you in agreement with me when I say the corruption has just been deepened and its complexity has been made to be ahead of the investigation which is conducted by SIU and other institutions which are conducting investigations? And in relation to that, do you think that you have enough or adequate intelligence capacity to detect any act of criminality? Do you have enough assets to be able to enhance your investigative capacity by having enough intelligence? I'm raising this because crime is prevalent and it happens on a daylight in our institutions. Crime, corruption, the orchestrators of corruption, they no longer hide it. We know it, that these ones are just executing corruption and there will be no harsh consequences in that regard. And then there is another prevalent misconduct which happens in the municipalities. There are these bodies which are formed. Some are calling them business chambers and so on. Because another aspect which contributes to corruption in the municipalities and public institutions, but mostly in the municipalities, is that because of a decline in a taxi industry, former taxi bosses converted into tenders, into being tender entrepreneurs. They are now doing tenders with municipalities. And that is why you have a problem of extortion, because they still use the same modus operandi that they were using in the taxi industry. And some of them are given responsibilities to lead these business chambers and so on. And behind the scenes, they are giving instructions and they are giving directions of who must get a tender and who must not. Have you ever investigated or made such a finding in a corruption case which is related to the municipality? It's a prevalent misconduct, and the whistleblowers are very instrumental in that regard. It's a pity that the whistleblowers do not have enough protection. So it's difficult for them to tap into that space because they fear for their lives. Then the last question is on the PPEs, the case which is related to the PPEs, the COVID-19 PPEs. You were given a proclamation by the president to investigate. Well, I can't remember the exact amounts, but you were given that proclamation to investigate PPE-related cases. Now, the question is, how far are you with those cases? Can you provide a stats of how many cases you were instructed to investigate? How many have you investigated? How many have been charged? How many have been prosecuted? And how many have been convicted? So if you can give some information in that regard, I will be very happy. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Advocate Mtiba.
No, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair and honorable members. We really appreciate all the questions and the insights and guidance in many respects, so that we continue to improve on our work. Honorable Swart, we really agree that the funding model of the SIU needs to be really reviewed. And we say so based on the experience we have seen that over time, with the trend we have seen in the recovery of the debt, at various levels of government, but in particular in the local government space, where the municipalities would outrightly indicate that they do not have funds to pay back, and we'll still come back to what is it that we are doing to really recover. But on the overall, from a sustainability perspective, we really agree and really appreciate the committee in really assisting that the funding model of SIU needs to be reviewed, and that's part of the SIU Act amendment that we have presented. At the moment, we are still able to function and execute our work, but long term, as we indicate, that we entities such as SIU and benchmarking with the equal entities in the continent and in the world, these state entities such as SIU are wholly funded by the state. Sorry. The reduction on slide 52, the 50% reduction, and Honorable Swart and Honorable Breitenbach, really accurate observation. I've just really been interacting with my colleague, Chief Legal Counsel. It really looks anomalous. It's anomalous because it really creates, it indicates 50% reduction. I've looked at the matters that informed. What we do generally is to look at matters that are pending in the special tribunal, and those we have also other matters that are pending in the high courts, and the matters that have really been issued. So that the legal team does an analysis of matters that could likely be finalized in the particular year in hand. And some of the values are not equal to probably the previous year, where we could have had the opportunity to finalize high-valued contract matters. I'm going to allow my colleague, Advocate Vanara, if you can just please come back just to elucidate on this matter, so that the Honorable Committee can really see how is it that we quantified the 5 billion in the 25-26 annual year annual performance plan. The SIU Amendment Act. The amendments have been submitted to the Department of Justice, and it's really been a while. They were submitted in the 6th administration, and it was unfortunate that they couldn't be submitted by the Department of Justice into the what they call legislative program. But we have engaged with the Department of Justice to ensure that this gets submitted, and we have been assured that the amendment will now be submitted in the legislative program. So we've really been waiting for a while, and we believe that the amendments that have been proposed will really go a long way in improving the functioning of the SIU. One example of the amendments that we propose is that the work of the SIU before the proclamation is signed should really be recognized as investigative in nature as well, not just administrative. Because a while back, the Auditor General raised issues around the preliminary investigation that we do. Because when whistleblowers submit reports to SIU, we don't just sit and draft a proclamation and then it goes through. In many instances, there's preliminary work that's required, going through the documents, requesting the documents from the state institutions, and in many instances, we are at the mercy of state institutions at that point before the proclamation is signed. We depend on the state institutions' cooperation to give us documents. So that, in a way, cripples, our work. So we would like that part legislated appropriately so that we can do our work effectively, even before the proclamation is signed. Of course, I indicated that the other issues, the funding model, and the other issue relates to the special tribunal provisions in the legislation, because the Constitutional Court, while they confirmed the jurisdiction of the special tribunal, they indicated that it's not a court. And I recall one member, I think Honorable Matafa, indicated whether we would support the special tribunal being a specialized court. In the amendments, we're saying the legislation should specifically indicate that it's got the status of a court, such that the challenges that we have seen are alleviated by legislation. So those amendments, we really will follow through. We'll follow up with justice so that they are in the legislative program. The National Corruption Risk Management and the Prevention Framework, we do really are of the view that is going to be a game changer because it focuses on prevention. That framework has been submitted to JCPS of DGs and heads of entities. We were now requested to go and present at the Forum of Directors Generals because this is going to affect the whole of government. We are scheduled to present at the first sitting of FOSAT, which is the Forum of Directors General, in the first sitting in July. And then from there, it will go through the JCPS of ministers and to the cabinet so that it can be signed off. Honorable Breitenbach, the issue around the reduction of the percentage on the rand value of contracts and decisions deemed invalid. I would like my colleague to also come back on that, anomalous reduction to 50% in 24-25, 25-26. So on Advocate Vanara, if you can stand by, please, because that requires adequate explanation, please. So in-house view of the OPI, the National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council have consulted all the agencies, including SIU. We've been appraised together with other stakeholders of their final recommendation. In our view, the final recommendations really focus on ensuring that there is an entity in the country. Well, first and foremost, our understanding that it seeks to answer that question that has been raised publicly and also by the Zondo Commission, whether there's a need for a single anti-corruption entity. it appears that the Council has come to a view that the country should maintain the multi-agency approach. However, they're proposing this entity that would now really have a focus on prevention work, systemic investigation, and ensure that the anti-corruption drive looks at systemic issues in the country. So to that extent, they've also looked at what is it that the SIU is doing. Already, SIU is doing work in that space of systemic investigation, prevention work, and so on. Now, although that work needs to be legislated appropriately, we indicated that to them. So our view is that really is to be welcomed. But of course, the issue of whether there is a need to retain the proclamation or not, because more often when the issue of independence of SIU is raised, the issue goes to that we wait for a proclamation before we can investigate. That has come up often, and so this has to be really dealt with as part of the recommendations of the OPI, which is the Office on Public Integrity Against Corruption. So I know that they're still sort of finalizing their recommendations. They were to consult some of the stakeholders, and I'm sure that they would also get an opportunity to present to the Honorable Committee as well, I suppose, before they finalize their work. So for us, because they did indicate that having looked at the work of the SIU, they are of the view that SIU, I think they use the terminology that it should be part of the OPI or form the basis of the OPI, but essentially recognizing that the country really does not need an additional entity due to the budget constraints. They would like to build on what the SIU is already, but of course strengthen the legislation and ensure that ultimately the objectives of the Office of Public Integrity Against Corruption are achieved. So to that extent, we support the views of NACEC, subject, of course, to ensuring that the legislation that is going to be crafted ensures the independence, focus on systemic investigations, and once more, another critical part is what is it that this entity would do with the evidence that it picks up that points to criminal action. Because we have seen on that space that there's been delays in matters that are referred to NPA, and then they are referred to the Hawks. That space, honorable members, really requires attention. There's been a delay that has not really served the public well. And that part is part of the critical issues that has to be attended to in the legislation. And we have given our view in that regard. The Cyber Academy, we are really pleased that the Cyber Academy has been established, and my colleague, Chief Human Capital Officer, can come in to add on. This academy is the Anti-Corruption and Cyber Academy. Already it has subscriptions from various members of JCPS, NPA, Hawks, IPIT, and the others. Members have already been trained. We are really pleased that it has gained traction. It is supported by the International Anti-Corruption Academy, where we really benchmark the content of the curriculums and so on. We have also partnered with the academy institutions in the country so that we could exchange even the experts that could come and present. We are really pleased that this academy is already showing the benefits to SIU members and also to other members of JCPS. The issue around Project Kokela, CFO, if you can probably just come in as well. Project Kokela has been put in place to fast track the demands of the payments and fast track the debt recovery. We know that in government there's that legislation regulating the intergovernmental relations. So our view is that ultimately we should be able to really enforce, and we've been cautious in terms of saying, let's issue letters of demand, issue someone says demand payment and so on, with respecting the intergovernmental relations. But we will not really shy away from ensuring that we implement the provisions of the PFMA where it says we need to recover the revenue that is due to the state institution, like the SIU in this regard. We are at the stage where the letters have been issued by the minister to her peers, the executive authorities in other entities, and if it's still not giving us the adequate results, we have shown that there's been some payments. Of course, we expect more or even 100% payment. But we are now really going to have to take a stance that says, how do we, enforce legally the debt payment? Because it's really not acceptable that having done so much work, having recovered so much for these state institutions, and then we ultimately not get paid. But again, that also just shows the need to improve the funding model. Honorable Mushala, we really appreciate the issue around the stagnant budget, as you indicate. It is our view. It is really our view as well that the budget to SIU should not be cut. And we say so. We say so simply because if it gets cut, ordinarily it will affect our work. And if it doesn't get cut and we are even given the budget that we require, similar to what the South African Revenue Service does, if it's given money, it is able to increase its capacity to go and collect. Similarly, if SIU can be capacitated and given the budget that it requires, there is, I would call it, money in the pending court cases that we can push quickly and go and recover. We've got instances where we've got to trace the assets of the people that we're investigating. The tracing methodologies, require funds that we could have the capability to do that, because those who are involved in this act of corruption, maladministration, as one honorable member indicated, they have also perfected, their methodology of hiding the assets, and now we need to uncover those assets and get really the capacity that we require. So we are saying the formula that applies to the Revenue Service, it similarly applies to the SIU, that SIU should be capacitated, and then it will recover more for the state. Right. The justification in issuing proclamations, I think this related to the delays in the issuing of proclamations. We have raised this issue with the Department of Justice, particularly the ministry, and now we have seen, and in fact, it's a pity the Honorable Deputy Minister had to leave. He could be indicating that they have actually put in place measures to unlock the delays that we experienced on the part of the Department of Justice. And now we are seeing the proclamations really being signed at a speed different to some months before. We have put in place an MOU that has determined timeframes on when the proclamation has to be signed. Now, and this is what has caused the increase that we have shown to the Honorable Committee in terms of the increase in proclamation and the need to ensure that we resource the SIU. Right, the issue around the appointment of judges and why is it that the special tribunal is not permanent? This part, I'm sure, could be attended to by the Department of Justice. We from our side have raised this issue around the delays in the appointment of judges before, and again the court services department at Justice listened to us, and we are glad that ultimately the set of judges that have been appointed now have been appointed, but they've been appointed for 3 years. So that part really requires attention, because we really need to make sure that when the 3 years comes for expiry, measures have to be put in place either to extend or appoint others without delaying the work of the special tribunal. Yes, the issue around the loss of talent, yes, we are experiencing in some instances the loss of talent to private sector because we really intensify the training of our members. They get vulnerable and be poached at even higher salaries by the private sector, but we do our best. We don't just really sit back. We do our best in improving the employee value proposition and also review our remuneration. From our last benchmark, which was done through the Human Capital Division, we came to a view that our salaries are relatively competitive compared to the market. And that is why we are able to continue to recruit very good talent. But of course, we need to continue to ensure that we improve on the retention strategy. And then the data analytics. The data analytics, we have implemented it, almost 5-6 years ago. The analytics department is very useful in analyzing the data that the investigators put up, and they're able to determine and model the data such that they can indicate what the exposures to government are. We have seen a huge benefit of the data analytics, and of course that also contribute to the improvement of the control environment in government. The no standardized approach to lifestyle audits. Yes, we believe that the Department of Public Service and Administration has issued a standard approach in the public service And hence, in our methodology of conducting lifestyle audits, we always have to ensure that it does meet the standard of the one issued by the Public Service and Administration. And of course, make sure that it's applied on a standard approach in the public sector, not just the public service. Because we also get requests from state-owned entities that are not necessarily part of the public service. So in that way, we are able to apply the standardized approach. The issue of consequence management, we are really concerned about that. We have seen that there's delays, in some instances, non-action on the part of the state institutions in implementing the referrals. So hence the issue around the case monitoring that has been implemented by the office of the at the presidency under the Department of Monitoring and Evaluation. That case monitoring system has been completed. It's now going to be in a pilot phase. It's going to monitor all the referrals to NPA, to state institutions for disciplinary action, and other referrals to for blacklisting and so on. And that is going to then require of the accounting officers to account when they don't implement. We are really pleased about that because we have seen already that letters have been sent from the case monitoring presidency office requiring implementation of the referrals. That is going to really change the picture of the implementation of the consequence management. The issue around slow civil recovery, really, we have seen the slowdown during the time when judges were not appointed. But since the appointment of the judges, we are now seeing that matters are being adjudicated upon speedily, and hence that is why there's a need to ensure that when the term of the judges come to an end, already there should be a process to replace them so that we don't see. But we really believe that the special tribunal has been a game changer in ensuring that the delays that we experienced in the high courts are mitigated. And we are seeing the results of that. The finalization of the internal legal capacity, we really are pleased about that question because Advocate Vanara is leading a process to ensure that we establish that legal capacity. He has been interacting with the Legal Practice Council, and Advocate Vanara, you can give an update of where we are with that process. So please, you'll respond on the reduction, the 50%, and please appraise the committee on this legal capacity. Right, Honorable Matafa, the SIU Act and Amendments, I think I've already commented on that. We would like to see the amendments in the legislative program, in this time frame, because they've really now really been delayed for a while, and that will also cover the issue around the funding model. Flexible referral mechanism, referrals from Chapter 9, like the AGSA, I can confirm that AGSA and even Public Protector, we've got a referral mechanism. We've got MOUs with both of them, and we've seen since the amendments of the AGSA legislation that they are referring matters to SIU for further investigation, and that has really ensured a good working relation between the institutions. special tribunal to be committed into a specialized court. We are of the view, really, that the special tribunal should be enabled such that, it becomes a permanent feature, because we've seen that it really enables a speedy recovery. Without the special tribunal, we are of the view that we would not be reporting improved recoveries like we are reporting now. Because in the high courts, we were so delayed. And for obvious reasons, that we are queuing there with other litigants and so on. But the special tribunal has really shown us that it's beneficial. So it's really advisable from us to argue that it should be, a permanent court that would enable the recovery of the SIU. And as I said, in the amendments, there's a provision around that.
Please wrap up.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Klopper, the funding model, I think we've addressed that. We've engaged with the National Treasury. The timelines to amendment of the SIU Act, honestly, I think if it goes into the legislative program, we should see traction towards the amendments. I'm pleased about the local government question. The Local Government Anti-Corruption Forum has really proved to be such an important forum, like the other forums we've put up. We have now presented to MINMEC, Minister, and the MECs of local government. We've got a program now that we are going to implement, focusing on what they call dysfunctional municipalities that have been identified by SCOPA, identified by local government, COCTA, and we are now going to go into those municipalities and really look at issues of maladministration, issues of procurement, and so on. So we're looking forward to an improvement there. The issue around Honorable Tsuteti, 100% of target achievement. If we had it our way, really, we could be putting 100%. But of course, we do not want to put targets that are not feasible and supported by data, so that we ultimately report failures. So we, as they say in planning terms, we put in place targets that are measurable, achievable, and so on. So, but also having in mind that we need to show an improvement trajectory, and that's why the question around the 50% reduction becomes an issue which we need to address. I just want to see if I might have left any other questions. Problems with municipality, protection of whistleblowers. As I indicated, we continue to contribute there, supporting the Department of Justice in coming up with the changes to ensure that we improve protection of whistleblowers. Advocate Vanara, can you please just appraise the committee on the reduction and then the issue around creating internal capacity, please?
Thanks, HOU. Good morning to the Honorable Chair and the Honorable members. Yes, indeed, let me address what appears at face value to be an anomaly. The Honorable members would recall that as part of the SIU's mandate, it is to recover losses occasioned to state institutions. And we do that through two platforms, either in the high courts or the special tribunal. The challenges in the high court are well documented, and the numbers that we are putting forward are predominantly emanating from cases that would have been instituted in both forums, whether it's the High Court or the Special Tribunal. And these numbers that are targeted are outcomes. And it's important that we note that they are outcomes of the cases that would have been issued in these two forums, that we are looking at the pipeline as cases that should be finalized during the current financial year that would give us the outcomes. So the one in question relates then to the rand value of contracts or administrative decisions that would have been set aside by the courts or the special tribunal. These outcomes are dependent on the values of the matters that gets finalized. And if the values are not as high as we would like, the outcome indicates what we see. Honorable members would look at the financial year 23-24, where we had a 2 billion target, and would then see in the year that followed, 23-24, we had targeted a 10 billion. And that was primarily because the values of the matters we had taken to court that were ready to be finalized would have given us around the 10 billion mark. So to really ensure that we achieve high figures in terms of the contracts that we set aside, we prioritize high value contracts. But with high value contracts, we know there's a lot of money involved and there's a lot of opposition. And as we will all know, whether it is civil or criminal litigation, these processes assume a life of their own. We do have matters, ideally, that we would have liked to finalize in the current financial year. However, due to the many challenges, especially in the high courts, where we've got quite a number of high value matters, there are inherent delays. We are not just looking at the challenges, we are looking at mechanisms to mitigate the challenges. We are in consultation both with Justice, the Special Tribunal, and the Gauteng Division, where the majority of these matters are, with a view to get the judges of the Special Tribunal to assist in dealing with SIU cases that are in the Gauteng courtroom. And that is what is going to enable us to then dispose of the high value matters. So the real difference really is the cases that gets to be finalized and the values that are inherent. And therefore, you will see the values not really increasing year on year because of those outcomes and the values involved. On the last issue regarding the internal legal capacity, all processes are on board. We are ready to launch the office on the 1st of April 2026. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, what we could do on this anomaly that shows a reduction of 50%. I will meet with my colleague, Advocate Vanara, and the team, and really look at the matters that are in the High Courts, in the Special Tribunal, and matters that are in the pipeline, and then really reconsider if we still say the 5 billion is the feasible target. We will really respond to the committee in writing and indicate steps and in detail what is it that we took into account. It may be that there are those matters that are probably have now been issued that could change the picture. But I really request, plead that we given the opportunity, and of course we will follow the process that's required by the planning process. If we are to amend the APP, then that process will be followed to inform the honorable committee. That is the work I can undertake to do and report back to the committee. The last question, Honorable Chair, that was asked by amongst others, Honorable Nomvao, we do not have the intelligence capacity. Of course, we do work with intelligence agencies where they indicate to us what is it that they have picked up, and they refer those matters to us for further investigation. The PPE stats, there's a specific request about that. We can also submit those stats in writing, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Advocate Mtibi. Please do that. It will help us a great deal. Look, there is no doubt that we always appreciate the work that the SIU is doing in ensuring that we recover the properties of the state that have been lost through criminal means. And we have no doubt that the contribution that the SIU is doing, in particular in ensuring that the state has got liquid financial resources through CARA, is actually made possible by the great work the SIU is doing. Just yesterday, Advocate Mtibi, I was telling the Chair of Home Affairs that they must come and thank us through a formal letter for SIU making it possible for Home Affairs to have drones in the border management space. I said they must write us a letter. They owe us a serious word of gratitude, and I think it's been a noticeable work that the SIU is doing in helping the state in that regard. Of course, we have always admitted as the committee in the numerous meetings that we held that we face a serious lacuna in terms of law to protect whistleblowers. And in that respect, because the Protected Disclosures Act does not really give a solid protection to whistleblowers, and that indeed will affect the work you are doing as the unit, because part of the work you do relies on the information and the evidentiary material that you receive through whistleblowers. And if they will continue being butchered on daily basis without being protected by the state, we risk people of South Africa not coming forward with the information that they have, and therefore that will negatively impact the work you are doing, the good work you are doing. We have noted thoroughly the issue of the funding model, but we do wish to say we are currently happy with the financial management. We are going to assist you in looking into the funding model. When we started the budget votes, we would have committed that after collating necessary information from all the entities that report to the committee, will therefore solicit a hearing here from the appropriations committee to help us gain or get some extra fundings in specific areas in our institutions. We had to strengthen the independence of the SIU. There is no other solid way other than ensuring that we tighten and amend the SIU Act. We'll follow up with the department. They had sent us a first list of their legislative program. So we are going to follow up on how far they with the SIU Act amendment bill, so that it must quickly be brought to Parliament after having been adopted by Cabinet, so that the legislature follows its own process to ensure that that is strengthened. Thank you very much, Advocate Mutibe and the team.
Thank you.
For that concise presentation and briefing, and please do quickly send us that return
Yes.
reply on that issue.
We will do so.
We're going to excuse you now. We have legal aid waiting for us.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
And thank you very much, Advocate Mutibi, and the entire team of SIU. You are now excused. Members, we are
Thank
going.
you. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, honorable members. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Let's go to the second item quickly. Committee Secretary, is legal aid in the platform?
Chairperson, legal aid is present.
Oh, good morning, legal aid. Is the chair of the board in?
Thank you, Chair. I'm in with the team.
Can you, Chair, can you introduce the team? Then proceed
Thank
with the presentation. We're giving you 30 minutes until 12. I see that that facial expression does not give a commitment to the 30 minutes threshold.
We're going to try and align ourselves with your program, Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, for the invitation to come and resubmit the strategic plan, annual performance plan, as well as our budget, following the retabling of the budget by the Minister of Finance and subsequent approval thereof by Parliament. I would like to extend our sincere and profound gratitude to your leadership, as well as this committee, for your continued support and, above everything, allowing us space to ensure that no poor person in this country navigates their way through the criminal justice system unrepresented. Chairperson, we come before you this morning when the organization is faced with extreme budget cuts, which necessitated a real look into some of our strategic objectives, so we can be able to realign them with the environment that we find ourselves operating in. With me, Chairperson, I have the board members. Currently, I have with me there's Mr. Khotomaja, the Deputy Chairperson, Ms. Lorraine Francois, she's the Acting Audit Chair, and Mr. Rambau, the Chairperson of Risk and ICT. And from the executive, we have the CEO, Mem Antiti Kola, Mr. Ntumbezeni Nemasisi, Chief Operations Officer, as well as Mr. Sutopo Mamuteti, Chief Corporate Services Executive, Mr. Tabiso Mbenze, the Legal Executive National, as well as the CFO, Ms. Tintswalo Mofokeng. Over to you, CEO. Thank you, Chairperson, for this opportunity.
Thank you, Judge Mpele.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to the Honorable Chairperson and also the honorable members.
Who is sharing the presentation on the screen?
I will be sharing the presentation, Chairperson. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm very pleased to present the Legal Aid Strategic Plan on behalf of the board and also of the Legal Aid Collective, affectionately known as the Legal Aid Citizens. As the Chairperson has already said, I am not flying solo. I'm with the members of the Executive Committee. As the Chairperson has already introduced them, the COO, CCSE, Corporate Services Executive, and also the CFO and also the Legal Executive. Our strategic plan, as the Chairperson has already alluded, was done against the backdrop of a dire fiscal constraints with a total of a projected 718 million mandatory budget cut for the medium-term expenditure framework 2024 and 2029. To share. The presentation outline, Chairperson, is given the time constraints, we will just shed a little about the Legal Aid SA overview, our new vision, mission, and values, and the considerations we have taken in developing this strategic plan. And we'll also dwell on the strategic focal areas for this 5-year period and also the year under review, which is 2025-2026. And our CFO will also take us through the budget for 2025 and 2026 with a special focus on the fiscal constraints and the impact on the service delivery. And our Chief Corporate Services Executive, Mr. Sitopo Mamuteti, will take us through the key risks and risk mitigations, and then we'll then conclude our presentation. We, as Legal Aid SA, we derive our mandate from the Constitution for our criminal Section 35, and also for our civil legal representation, Section 34, and also Section 2.81 for the children representation. In terms of the PFMA, we are listed as a Schedule 3A, accountable to our executive authority, Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development. And in terms of our legislative mandate, we are mandated to provide legal aid and legal advice, provide legal representation at state expense, and importantly, provide education and information on the legal rights and obligations. Our new vision for the new strategic plan, 2025-2030, is would like to be our vision is that there be a dynamic South Africa in which constitutional rights are realized to ensure a just society for all. And our mission is to remain a lead public defender, championing the access of justice through the provisioning of professional legal services. In keeping with our mission, the erstwhile Chairperson of this portfolio committee has dubbed us as a leading public entity. And just given the time constraints, we will not dwell on our performance for the preceding strategic period to just show that we really mean business when we say we would like to remain the lead public defender. In terms of our values, the first one is the values that will drive us in this new strategic period is our passion for justice, Ubuntu, that is primarily central to what we do on a daily basis, integrity, accountability, and also never to forget the business excellence and the people focus, given that we are a service delivery entity that relies heavily on its people. In developing this strategic plan and annual performance plan, as I alluded earlier on, we did consider our constitutional and legislative mandate. We did also look in the legislative arena to see what potentially could impact our business. And the promulgation of the Land Court Act of number 6 of 2023 has a potential of increasing the demand for legal aid in land matters. We started providing legal representation in legal matters in 2022, but with this increase, we may see an increase in the demand for those services. The policy mandate under the guidance of our executive authority, we made sure that these plans, 2 plans, are aligned to the National Development Plan 2030 vision, also that speaks to the strengthening of the criminal justice cluster and accelerating the implementation of the integrated criminal justice system. Under the medium-term development plan 2024-2025, the goal that speaks to us is around the building of a capable and ethical development state. And also our core legislation, the Legal Aid Act, its regulation, the policy, and the Legal Aid SA manual on the procedural side would have to be adapted to the changing environmental context and also to incorporate leading practices. The chairperson has already alluded on the socio-economic challenges that potentially would increase the demand for legal services as more people are without sources of income, and also the impact of the mandatory budget for the year under review 2025 and 2026. 239 million has been considered in planning for this APP for the current year. Internal environment, we realized that with the budget cuts, we would not be able to capacitate our entity 100%. In the preceding strategic period, our target for recruitment was at 95%. But unfortunately, with the 239 million cut, we have stepped down that target to a 90%, which invariably will impact on our capability to cover the costs and also to render other service delivery activities that we engage in. The unfortunate part is, I think we as an entity have exhausted all opportunities for cost containment, primarily because our cost of employment comprise 80% of our allocated budget and only 12% is our operational expenditure. And of that OPEX, the 12%, 72% of that OPEX is leased office accommodation. So that leaves us with little or no room for further cost containment. We also have considered the demands on our business to deploy digital solutions that will increase operational efficiencies and enhance access to legal aid service, considering that we now are not able to increase the headcount. And also, our IT team is very progressive in making sure deploying control measures to create a resilient cybersecurity environment. That then covers the introduction to the strategic plan and the annual performance plan. Our strategic focus areas in the strategic plan and also in the APP are focused on 4 key balance scorecard areas. Client and community is our primary business that deals with the legal delivery for civil, criminal, land, and also strategic litigation, and also including general advice, you'll see that outcomes related to this key area are 6, the programs are 6, and the lion's share of the budget goes to this core function. The second area is the finance and sustainability, and that finance and sustainability deals with our financial planning and resources, our financial reporting, and also an internal control to make sure that we comply, and also the SCM area. Our internal processes mainly deals with our regulatory environment, the Act, the regulations, and also the manual. The human capital and organizational capacity looks at workforce or staffing plans, our compliance to legislation pertaining to women, youth, employee value proposal, and also deals on the organizational capacity side. We look at our IT systems and infrastructure, the technology solutions that we deploy, and also cybersecurity. But this then summarize what our focal areas would be, outlining the number of outcomes associated with each programs, the budget, and the strategic risks associated with each area that are contained in a strategic risk register. Chairperson, at this point, I will then ask the Chief Operations Officer to deal with the APP part in detail. We will skip the next 2 slides as they were outlining the outcomes and the programs in the interest of time, and we'll start on slide 14.
Thank you. COO.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, and good morning to honorable members. I will deal with the APP and strategic outcomes that we have planned, as the CEO has indicated. Honorable Chairperson, I'll start with the impact statements for our strategic plan for 2025-2030, wherein all legal aid SA clients will have equal and timely access to justice through the provision of professional legal services. As the CEO has already indicated, Honorable Chairperson and members, we have got 12 outcomes in terms of the strategy, and all those 12 outcomes are linked with about 12 programs under the APP. The first outcome, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, is the provision of access to quality. Outcome number 1 related to the provision of access to quality client-focused legal aid in criminal matters, wherein we provide those to indigent and vulnerable persons, ensuring fair legal representation and safeguarding their constitutional rights. This outcome is linked with Program 1, with the purpose of that program is to provide legal representation or criminal legal aid services to qualifying clients who applied for legal aid. The outcome indicators thereof is the percentage of persons that qualify for or granted legal aid in criminal matters. And our annual target as we work towards achieving our strategic objective is about 95% of the clients who applied for legal aid in criminal matters are provided with legal representation. So our target is 95% there. The outcome number 2, in which we focus on the provision of access to client-focused legal aid in civil matters to indigent and vulnerable persons, wherein will ensure the fair legal representation and safeguarding of their constitutional rights. This outcome 2 is linked with Program 2, and the purpose of that program is to provide quality client-focused civil legal aid services to qualifying clients. The outcome indicator for that program is the percentage of persons that qualify for or granted legal aid in civil matters, and our target thereof is 85% of the clients who qualify for legal aid should be assisted in civil matters. And the next outcome 3, which is the provision of access to quality client-focused legal aid in land matters to indigent and vulnerable persons, wherein we ensure fair legal representation and safeguarding their constitutional rights. this outcome 3 is linked with program 3, and the purpose of that program is to provide quality client-focused legal aid services in land matters to qualifying clients. Honorable Chair, you'll notice that our APP targets, it's focused on quality services that we have, and that is for the next 5 years. That's our strategic objective. And the output indicator therefore for that program 3 is the percentage of persons that qualify for or are granted legal aid in land matters. And our target is 95% of clients should be assisted in land matters. And these are the clients who qualify for legal aid also. Outcome number 4, in terms of our strategy, we will be providing strategic litigation and advocacy services that advance the constitutional rights and promote access to justice and address legal needs to indigent and vulnerable individuals. Under this program, the purpose is this outcome is linked with program 4, which the purpose of that program is to provide legal representation to clients in strategic litigation matters relating to constitutional rights. The output indicator is the number of, if you can go back to that, is the number of new strategic litigation matters approved. The target on this outcome is only it's for this period, financial year, it's 4 strategic litigation matters. Next slide. Outcome number 5, we focus on the provision of quality legal advice. And this outcome is linked with program 5, with the purpose of which is to provide legal advice to clients. And the output indicators thereof is the percentage of clients who contacted legal aid for legal advice. And the target there, Honorable Chairperson and members, is that 100% of all clients who require legal advice should be provided with legal advice. There is no qualification under this target. Anyone who calls legal aid for legal advice should be provided with legal advice. Outcome number 6, we focus on the public awareness program to empower individuals on their legal rights and obligation to make informed decisions to promote greater access to justice. This outcome is linked with program 6 in terms of the APP, which purpose is to provide public education on legal aid and legal aid essay and legal rights. And the output indicator, therefore, is the number of education awareness programs that will be conducted to improve awareness of legal aid essay as well as the legal rights. The target, therefore, Honorable Chairperson, is 2,000 educational awareness programs should be conducted in this financial year. If we go to outcome 7 in terms of our strategy, therefore, there we are strengthening the financial sustainability and enhance operational efficiency while ensuring long-term viability and optimal resource utilization. This outcome 7 is linked with program 7, wherein the purpose thereof is to ensure financial sustainability. The outcome indicators of cash ratio, which is 1.2 to 1, which is our target. It's the cash ratio of 1.2 to 1. Outcome number 8 is the strengthened financial management and reporting. This outcome 8 is linked with program 8. The purpose of program 8, Honorable Chairperson and members, is the financial management reporting that is compliant with relevant standards and regulations. And our output indicators is the financial reporting, which is compliant with relevant standard and regulation. And the other output indicator will be an audited financial statements. And our target is to have a clean audit outcome and unqualified audit opinion. Outcome number 9, it's a reviewed regulatory framework. As the CEO has indicated earlier on, the purpose, this outcome is linked with the program 9, wherein the purpose is to ensure that legal aid SA regulations, which are the policy, and the manual, which are the procedures, are reviewed to ensure relevance to the changes in the environment. The output indicator under this outcome 9 is the number of regulatory review framework reviewed, wherein our focus is on legal aid SA, legal aid regulation, as well as the manual. And the target is to ensure that Legal Aid Act regulations and the manual are reviewed and the proposed amendments are submitted to the Executive Authority for further processing. And go to the next slide, where the outcome number 10 is the adequate staffing to deliver on the mandates. This outcome is linked with Program 10. The purpose of Program 10 is to ensure that the staffing level of all Legal Aid SA offices are maintained at the required recruitment level, thereby ensuring the requisite capacity to render legal services to our clients. Under this outcome, we've got 3 output indicators. The first one is the percentage of staff complements. In terms of the annual target, our target is that the recruitment staff should be at 90% based on our available budget, as the CEO indicated earlier on. This was reduced from the previous financial year where we targeted 95, but because of budget cuts, we're unable to meet those targets. The next output indicator under outcome number 10 is the percentage of staff turnover. The annual target under that will be the staff turnover of less than 10%. The third output indicator under outcome number 10 is the percentage of employment equity targets as per our Employment Equity Plan 2025-2030. Under this, our annual target is that 100% of our employment equity targets should be achieved. And these are the targets that are detailed below there. You can go to the next outcome. Next slide. Outcome number 11. The outcome there is an improved, modernized IT infrastructure, including digitalization to meet operational requirements and continuous business improvement. This outcome 11 is linked to our program 11. The purpose of program 11 is to ensure the implementation of IT system, enterprise resource planning, which is an ERP system, as well as updating of IT infrastructure. We've got output indicator number 1, which is the number of IT system implemented. Output indicators number 2 is the phases of ERP system should be implemented. And output indicator 3 is the percentage of completion of updated IT infrastructure. In terms of annual target, Honorable Chair and members, we've got 3 IT systems that will need to be implemented or upgraded. In terms of outdated network switches will be replaced. Outdated UPS will also be replaced at all local offices. ERP system tender will have to be awarded by the end of this financial year. Our IT infrastructure network also will be updated to ensure that we are able to provide our services optimally. The last outcome for the strategic period 2025-2030 is the strengthened cybersecurity environment. This outcome 12 is linked with our program 12, wherein the purpose of that program is to ensure that we build a resilient cyber security environment. And the output indicator under this outcome is the number of security control measures implemented to minimize cybersecurity risk. As you, Chair, you note that in terms of our work, we process a lot of personal information. At some stages, we also do assist in terms of the administration of estate. And cybersecurity is one of our key aspect that we need to ensure that we are cybersecurity resilience. In terms of our annual targets under cybersecurity is to ensure that all the recommendations from the penetration testing are implemented. So we'll conduct the penetration testing and we'll have to ensure that all those recommendations are implemented. Honorable Chairperson members will also going to conduct a business continuity cybersecurity assessment, and our target is to ensure that all recommendations from that business continuity cybersecurity assessment are implemented. We also, lastly, we're going to ensure that we conduct what we do. We say it's user training should be completed at about 95% of user training. So we need to train our people on how to ensure that the organization remains cybersecurity resilient. That will be the end of the our strategic plan as well as the APP. Through you, Honorable Chairperson, I'll hand over to the CEO, who will then hand over to the CFO. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Our CFO, Martin Zwalo Mufokeng, will proceed with the budget. Thank you, COO.
Thank you. Good morning to the Honorable Chair, committee members, Chairperson of the board, together with the board, the chairpersons of board committees that are present, to the CEO and the colleagues. So I'll be taking you through the budget. As the chair of the board and the CEO have alluded to, in terms of the challenges that legal aid is faced with, and I think it was the same concerns that were raised by our sister department, the SIU, in terms of the fiscal constraints that are really affecting the delivery and the allocation of funding to entities and to the government departments. So, Chair, this is the second year of the 718 budget cut. And as presented, we can see that if it is not because of the reserves that we have managed to build up over the years, which they are also being depleted, we would really be struggling with ensuring that we are still able to deliver at the level that we've been delivering. Though we have tried to make things work with what we have, but it is becoming a bigger constraint. As the COO was presenting, in terms of the targets that have been set, we do endeavor to fulfill them because our mandate is to provide services to our clients. But also linked with that, we need people in the courts to be able to provide those services. And we currently, again, don't have relief capacity, but I will go into detail later in terms of what the impact of the budget cuts have meant for legal aid. So, Honorable Chair, also in terms of 2025-26, our budget in terms of MTF allocation is 2.2 billion. And of the 2.2 billion, 80% of it is staff costs. So we're really not left with a lot that we then have to allocate to other methods of service delivery, which is using Judicare practitioners to alleviate the pressure on internal capacity, but also the major part of our expenditure of that 20% is for offices that we have around the country where we ensure that there is access to our services. So in terms of room to maneuver, we don't have a lot of room to maneuver. And also, as I have indicated, that we have managed to build up reserves, and the majority of the reserves built up during the COVID period because there was a lot of restrictions in terms of movement. So we were able to build up reserves from there, but those reserves, Chair, they are slowly being depleted. Well, not even slowly, rapidly being depleted. We can move to the next slide. So, Honorable Chair, in 2022, we did present to the committee as well that the land rights function was transferred to legal aid. And at the time when it was transferred, the agreed budget in terms of the work that had been undertaken by the Department of Agriculture was sitting at a budget of 117 million per year. However, when the allocations were done, our budget has not reached even 90 million since we have taken over the function. And this is excluding the contingent liability that we took over of 142 million.
And that contingent liability as at 2024 September was sitting at 115. And coupled with the fact that the fees that were agreed with the practitioners in the Department of Agriculture are fees that are much higher than what the tariff that legal aid enforces. So invariably, it becomes a pressure point. And in 2022, the board approved that we would use 24 million of our retention to augment the funding for land rights because it was also delayed. However, Chair, though we have an additional allocation of 52, which was 156 over 3 years, that allocation does not sufficiently cover the function, including the contingent liability. So we have that 135, but the 135 is not sufficient to cover the services that we need to render, and also the contingent liability that we have taken over from the Department of Agriculture. We can move to the next slide. So, Chair, as indicated, that the legal aid budget or the legal aid is a service-driven organization, meaning that majority of our funding is sitting in salary and related costs. And Chair, it is also important to emphasize that in 2023-24, there was a cost of living adjustment of 7.5%, which was not funded, which needed to be implemented. And it was the last year of the previous budget cuts of 122, and then we had another in-year budget cut of 64 million. So in that financial year, we had to draw a lot of funding from our reserves in order to fund the operations. So I think it is just important to emphasize that, because we are still reeling from the effects of that cost of living adjustment of 7.5%, because we then in the preceding years we started at a higher base than we had previously. So obviously, as I have indicated also, is that we do what we can with what we have, which is not really sustainable. So obviously, the first part where we would need to cut, or we would need to contain our costs would be on staff. And as I've indicated, that is where we deliver services. So we've done a staff rationalization, we've frozen positions, we've decided to delay recruitment. But I think, Chair, that is not without constraints, that is not without strain to our current capacity, which is quite important. And in terms of the quality of the services that are delivered to clients, when one person is carrying a lot of caseload, there can be compromises in the quality. So I think that is also important. The other part, Chair, which we have raised before as well, is around office accommodation. So we have 64 satellite offices, we have 64 local offices around the country, we have 6 provincial offices. And Chair, because some of the offices are in remote areas, we have found it difficult from a procurement perspective in terms of compliance by the prospective landlords, building compliance and National Treasury compliance. So what it then results is that we have a lot of tenders that would be cancelled because of the compliance issues. And when they're cancelled, then we need to go and negotiate variations. And those variations, and those are reflected in our annual report as well. Because there's limited competition, the escalations on those variations are quite high. So those are some of then the costs that we can't control, because we are really struggling in terms of procuring office accommodation. The minister had approved in 2022 that we should acquire offices, but even that, because of the budget cuts, we needed to prioritize service delivery rather than acquiring office buildings. So those are some of the challenges that we've had. We've also tried in terms from an operational perspective to cut costs where we can. But again, Chair, it is not sustainable the way that we have been running things so far. Next slide. So this slide, Chair, just really outlines what has happened if we compare what we had to adjust our budget in 24-25 to our budget in 25-26. We can see that there's a 2% decrease. We can also see then the decrease between 24-25 and 25-26 in terms of salaries and related costs. Again, another decrease under direct expenditure, which is our other mode of service delivery, which is duty care. It has significantly decreased by 24%. And the little maneuver room in terms of contractual expenditure, if you can see that it has increased by 7.8% because there's contractual obligations. And then we have non-contractual expenditure, which has also increased by 7.7%. And those are then the other expenses that we would need to adjust based on inflation, based on what is the market prices. And also, Chair, as the COO was presenting in terms of the APP, we can also see that in terms of our capital budget is significantly decreased. And the decreased, Chair, is really how do we make sure that we prioritize and put and delay or defer some of the projects that we have in order to make sure that we do not lock funds in capital expenditure without ensuring that there's sufficient funding in the operational space. Next slide. So, Chair, I won't dwell on this slide. The CEO has indicated, given that breakdown in terms of our allocation. Next slide. So, Chair, we thought it was prudent to actually show what the budget cuts were and what the cumulative impact on our ability to meet service demands. If we can see that from 2015-16 to up to the 26-27 part of the MTF cycle, we can see that those budget cuts have been significant. As I indicated, 23-24 was 186, and we can see that it has increased from the 5% base cut to 8% up to 10%, which is what we currently facing. So, which then means that it impacts some of the targets that we have in terms of recruitment, in terms of court coverage, and so forth, because those are the areas that then require us to have sufficient funding so that we are able to meet those targets. Next slide. So, in terms of now the staff rationalization that I alluded to earlier, is that in terms of what we've frozen, so we've frozen 49 positions, and in terms of the freezing of those positions, majority are in the service delivery or in the ops environment. And then we also then delay positions. So if a position becomes vacant today, which is in June, we delay it for 6 months so that we are able to recoup some of that budget that was allocated to that position for the 6 months to be able to use it for in other areas of the business. And because, Chair, also our model is a court practitioner per court model.
If we compare to our sister departments or even to a sister entity, which is the NPA, and also to the SAPS, we can see that the NPA has more representation in court than we do as legal aid. Hence, we then have the other model, which is using Judicare, but even then, we still have a practitioner per court. We can't afford to have more than one practitioner, and if that practitioner is sick or they are on leave, we don't have relief capacity. And also, if we look at the funding that has been allocated to SAPS, there's no correlation between the increase that SAPS has been in terms of the allocation increase that SAPS has received versus the allocation decrease that legal aid has experienced. So that funding model or the allocation model from a treasury needs to be relooked in order to make sure that whatever whatever increases is given to SAPS, there is a correlation of an increase to legal aid, because those two work hand in hand. And Chair, in terms of our district courts, so the district courts services are delivered by candidate attorneys. And I think what's important is to emphasize that candidate attorneys also have, because they're in training, they can't always be there. So which then really does also affect our service delivery in terms of the allocation of resources. And I've already alluded to the lack of relief capacity and the increase in the backlog of matters that are not moving. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, CFO. With the Chairperson's indulgence, we'll call on the Chief Corporate Services Executive, Mr. Sitopo Mamuteti, to take the committee through the key risks and mitigations.
Okay.
Thank you, CEO. Good day, Honorable Chair and committee members, as well as board chair and board members. I'll go through the risk. We do have at least one risk for each outcome. The first outcome deals with criminal matters, and the risk there is accused person not legally represented. Chair, how we mitigate this is we have coverage plan, and we allocate a practitioner per court, what we call a practitioner per court model. And we also monitor court coverage and activity, and we move people around where the demand is high. Outcome 2, it's regarding civil services, and the risk there is inadequate delivery of service as civil legal chair. We do have monitor productivity of our practitioners through what we call matters activities report. Practitioners are able to update activities per case on their mobile phones and also on the laptop, and any long inactivity gets escalated to a practitioner supervisor for follow-up. Outcome number 3 is regarding land matters, legal service to land matters. As the CEO has already indicated, that this was inherited from our sister department, and when we inherited this function, we inherited it with practitioners, independent practitioners whose rates were high. And how we mitigate this now is we are building our own capacity, what we call building your own timber, because we appreciate that providing this in-house is much cheaper. Outcome 4, it's regarding strategic litigation. The risk there is appropriate strategic litigation matters not identified or taken on. Chair, in the past, we used to rely more on our strategic partners to identify matters of strategic importance. And now our internal management committee called CCMC is actively looking for those and identify those matters. Next slide. With outcome 5 is provision of legal quality, and the risk there is legal advice demand not met because of lack of awareness, and we mitigate this through SOPs and awareness conducted by legal services. Outcome 6 is public awareness programs. Again, the key risk there is citizens unaware of legal aid, SA services, and their rights. And we do that by providing educational programs and then also community outreach throughout the year. Outcome 7 is regarding financial sustainability. I can't dwell much on this one, and CFO dealt with it. The reality is this risk is materializing, and it's now even affecting our ability to meet our mandate. And this is despite the fact that we pleaded with the portfolio committees, and for this portfolio committee has been supporting us our plea that our budget will not be cut, but we are experiencing budget cut, and at times now it's more than 10% of budget cut, which now affects our ability to deliver our services. But we are currently looking at alternative revenue streams, and hopefully it will go a long way to address this one. Outcome number 8 is our financial management reporting, and the risk there. It's a qualified audit report from Auditor General. Chair, it's we have more than 10 years of clean audit, and we really try hard to protect that the outcome. And then we do that through internal control. We have internal control unit, internal audit, and also the CRO also helps us to monitor that we get clean audit, or we maintain clean audit. Next slide, please. And then outcome 9, it's regarding our regulatory framework. It's just to ensure that the Act, the regulation, policies, and manuals are responsive and not outdated, and they serve our business and also clients' need. And then we do this through giving input as and when we are invited to give input. We have just been invited this week to give input on the Regulation and Legal Aid Act. We shall review that and give input for Parliament to consider. Outcome 10, it's adequate staffing. This is our engine our services, and then the risk there is okay. The risk there it's inability to recruit 100%, but as my colleagues have already said, that our target is 90% because of the budget cuts, but we do have a staff optimization plan, and also we maintain sound labor relation. Next slide, please, which will be the last slide. Outcome 11 is regarding IT, and then the risk is inability to keep up with the rapidly changing IT. Chairperson, we do have a very good IT. We have in-house IT that is able to develop a solution for the business. And then we intend also replacing our ERP. And the last one, it deals with our cyber security. risk there is exposure and loss of business assets. And then we do conduct quarterly penetration tests just to make sure that we are up to date with our cybersecurity. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. CEO, are we done?
Thank you, Chairperson, and thanks to the management team. In conclusion, Chairperson, before I hand over to the board chairperson, is that in keeping with our constitutional and legislative mandate and also our impact statement, we will strive to champion the rights of the indigent and the vulnerable persons. But it is evident from the presentation that the cumulative impact of the mandatory budget cut significantly diminishes our ability to meet the service demands. And as the colleagues have said, we gently appeal to the Honorable Chair and members of the Portfolio Committee and our executive authority to assist in mobilizing additional resources so that we can fulfill our mandate. Chairperson, with your permission, I would like the board chairperson, Acting Judge President Mbele, to then conclude.
Thank you, CEO. Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, it is clear that the continuous budget cuts are having a huge impact in our service delivery model. I would like to actually emphasize on the impact it has in the functioning of our courts, particularly those that we serve with candidate attorneys. Because of our practitioner per court model, we know that in terms of the Legal Practice Act, candidate attorneys have a mandatory 5 weeks practical legal training program that they have to attend. Save for the 5 weeks that they have to be out of office for practical legal training, they also have to write their board exams, which would ordinarily take them out of court. Without relief capacity or without us being able to at least instruct judicare to stand in because of budget cuts, we also impact on the finalization of matters in our court rolls. So would like to echo the sentiments of the CEO that the extent of budget cuts is really impacting on our service delivery and crippling our services. Although we are trying as much as possible to still deliver quality legal services in the environment that we find ourselves in. Thank you, Chairperson, for this opportunity. Thank you very much. Thank you, CEO and the team. Thank you, members of the board as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, CEO, CFO, and COO. Members, can we interact now with the presentation? Honorable Kloba, Honorable Mhlala, those are the two hands I'm able to see, members. Okay. Honorable Kloba.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for the presentation by Legal Aid. Chairperson, I do have just a few questions. I won't be long. Given the reduced staffing that has led to the decline in the regional court coverage, how does Legal Aid actually plan to restore capacity in the short term? I think with emphasis on the high demand regions. Has a reprioritization strategy been formulated? Chairperson, I just also would like to know the quantifiable impact of these cumulative budget cuts has had on the matters Legal Aid is able to actually take aboard annually, particularly in the critical matters where constitutional rights are directly at stake. Chairperson, I just would like to find out what progress has been made with the finalization of the disciplinary process of the 3.47 million which is still under review. There was about, I think, a small portion of that was with verbal warnings. And I'd just like to find out what enhanced controls are being implemented to prevent further occurrences. Chairperson, there was just one, so I just lost my space here. I'll come back to that one now. Chairperson, I just want to find out about the critical importance of reducing court backlogs for the justice delivery. Is legal aid actively participating in the backlog of court strategy with the OCJ and the DOJCD? And if so, what role has it committed to do? I would just like to find out, because it links to this. We understand there are budget cuts, Chairperson. I just want to find out, has the legal aid considered partnerships with organizations outside like GDK, women empowerment programs, and so forth? Is this a stance of the legal aid? And oh yeah, this is the other question. Sorry, I just missed this one, Chair. Has legal aid with the department regarding resources for the upcoming sexual offences court, and has costing and deployment model been submitted? Because we've heard of the Land Act, and that they've got a higher volume of that, but there's also unconfirmed dedicated funding. We also see that there is an increase of the sexual courts that are being, designated for the NTES period. But I would like to know, how is the funding going to be affected on legal aid specifically, because more courts will need more representation. Thank you, Chairperson. That will be my submission.
Thank you, Honorable Mshala.
No, thanks so much, Chairperson. Let me take the opportunity to greet the members of the Portfolio Committee and further greet the members, the officials from Legal Aid, board. So, Chairperson, thanks for the opportunity to contribute to this critical discussion. The current budget cut facing legal aid South Africa are not just technical adjustment. They are direct threat to the right of the poor and the vulnerable, and they undermine the very foundation of our justice system, Chairperson. So, Chairperson, the current APPs, the budget and everything, it has a severe impact of the budget cuts on legal aid South Africa's ability to deliver services. The staff rationalization, lower recruitment rates, and postponed projects have led to increased workloads and backlog. These pressures mean the poor wait longer for justice, and in some cases are denied justice altogether. So, Chairperson, as a portfolio committee, we need to condemn these budget cuts in the stronger terms and demand that government treats legal aid South Africa as an essential services. The portfolio committee should advocate for ring-fenced inflation-linked funding that protect legal aid South Africa from further cuts and ensure the institution can fulfill its constitutional mandate, Chairperson. Chair, I think we need to recommend to Treasury and Parliament that Legal Aid South Africa's baseline funding be protected from cuts, and that any future reduction require a full impact assessment on access to justice for the poorest masses of the people, Chairperson. Let me also have a view on the issue of candidate attorneys. It is true that candidate attorneys play a vital role in legal aid South Africa workforce. They are the future of the legal profession and must be supported, not discarded. However, relying on candidate attorneys, not hiring staff who are always present due to their training, not hiring staff, relying on these candidate attorneys who had to go and write board exams, who had to study when they are training. It is actually a burden, Chairperson, to this legal aid board. We are not saying that they must not be there. They must be in numbers, but we must not rely on them. We are requesting that the legal aid board be given enough funding they require so that they can have proper staff that are there at all the times to carry core service delivery and make sure that is sustainable and contributes also to the it's sustainable and also deal with the issues of backlog. So, Chairperson, Legal Aid South Africa must develop a balanced staffing model that supports candidate attorneys with structured mentorship and training, while ensuring that fully qualified practitioners handle the most complex and urgent cases. This approach will protect service quality and the rights of clients while nurturing the next generation of legal professionals. But it cannot happen if there is no funding. So we are, as the portfolio committee, we need to, take a decision that they must get enough funding in terms of human resource in the institution. Another thing, Chairperson, is about the land rights and new mandates that is being given to this institution, but no more, no funding being attached to the new mandate being given to them. Legal Aid South Africa have been given, I think, the new mandate and urgent mandate, such as the land rights management function and the land court, but without the necessary funding. The 73.3 million needed for the land courts remain unfunded, and the Prevention of Illegal Act, which is the PI Act, is still not supported by dedicated resources. So as the portfolio committee chairperson, we need to demand that all new mandates that are fully funded before implementation. No institution can be expected to deliver on new responsibilities without the resources to do that. Parliament must refuse to support unfunded mandates and hold government accountable for providing the necessary responsibilities. So as the portfolio committee, we need actually to take this matter forward. We cannot allow something happening like that. When is the poorest masses of the people actually that are suffering, who are staying in places where they can't access proper land, and we have the legal aid board that is being given this mandate, but with no resources. This means that we are actually meaning not to assist the poorest masses of the people as we're supposed to support them, because we are not giving this legal aid enough resources as we're supposed to give. Chairperson, can we please insist that the Treasury provides ring-fenced, earmarked funding for every new mandate assigned to Legal Aid South Africa and refuse to support the implementation of unfunded mandates? Another point I want to raise, Chairperson, is the civil legal aid is the first to be cut when budgets tightened. Yet this is when the most vulnerable, those facing eviction, family breakdown, or land dispossession, need urgent help. Rural and township offices are especially hard hit with poor IT infrastructures and limited resources. So I think the direction that must be provided here is that the legal aid South Africa should ring-fence a portion of its budget for civil legal aid and rural access. And the committee must require quarterly reporting on these areas. Government must prioritize technology upgrades and additional resources for rural offices to ensure no committee is left behind. It cannot also happen if there is no resources. As the portfolio committee, we need to ensure that the legal aid board have resources to cover all these things that I've just spoken about, Chairperson. So the question with regards to that is, what step will this legal aid board take to ensure that civil legal aid and rural access are protected from budget cuts? And how will you report progress to this portfolio committee? So, Chairperson, let's make sure that these people, the legal aid board, get the resources they're supposed to get. We cannot allow the institution that's supposed to protect the poorest masses of the people have these cuts on their budget. When we went to KZN for oversight visit, they mentioned all these things, and you can see that they are struggling. Let's stand up as the portfolio committee and get rid of these austerity measures. They are not going to take us anywhere. And next time we'll be sitting in this portfolio committee, reprimanding them that they are not doing their work, when it's us who couldn't give them the proper budget that they need to ensure that they take this institution forward. We believe in our people, the poorest masses of the people. We believe even on the officials that are serving in this legal aid board. So if we give them funding, we will then be able to say whether they are taking this institution to the correct direction or they are not taking this institution to the correct direction. To come here and also next time when they had to come and account before us and demand things that we know very well that we did not provide resources to them, it will be very unfair, Chairperson. Sometimes they end up not even reaching the targets they set for themselves, not because they did not want to do the work, because they don't have budget to do whatever they had to do in assistance of the black majority in this country and the colored majority in this country, because we know they are the only people that are suffering and that will get to be defended by the legal aid board. So thanks so much, Chairperson. I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mhlala. DM, I would have indicated that you had to step out. You're going to rejoin us when we are back for late. You can come, Tim.
Chairperson and all honourable members, thank you very, very much, and apologies. I think the Minister and I are having a MIN-EXCO meeting today, so I'm having to be multitasking a little bit, and we know that for the male species that's not always the easiest thing, but we have tried as far as possible to honour the committee. I did sit through the bulk of the presentation. I would also like to extend my greetings, very warm greetings to JP Mbele, members of the Board of Legal Aid South Africa, the CEO and the staff. Just a couple of very brief points. The first is just to commend JP Mbele and the entire Legal Aid South Africa for the excellent work that they continue to do in helping to bring access to justice to the vast majority of South Africans, especially the poorest of the poor. I think a number of members, and I'm not casting aspersions on them, I think it's a bona fide slip of the tongue. They've referred to Legal Aid South Africa as the Legal Aid Board. That indeed was the name of Legal Aid South Africa many, many years ago, when I was a very, very young lawyer working at Lawyers for Human Rights, and I engaged the Legal Aid Board. The Legal Aid Board, when we entered democracy, was quite frankly a disaster zone. It had contingent liabilities in the order of hundreds of millions of rand. It was beset by corruption, and it was ineffective in rendering the service that it was meant to do. And therefore, I think the transformation of the Legal Aid Board into Legal Aid South Africa is one of the paramount successes of our democracy. And I think it deserves to be celebrated as an example of public sector excellence, in the same way that we celebrate institutions like SARS, because the turnaround was absolutely phenomenal. And it moved us from a system where we were operating on the basis of outsourcing to private attorneys through a judicare model to insourcing and building state capacity. And I think that really deserves to be celebrated. And I can't but concur with those members who have raised their voices in support of Legal Aid South Africa and the call for a stop to cuts and an increase to the financial resources for Legal Aid South Africa, because it plays an absolutely pivotal role in the overall administration of justice. It's a point that we've raised more than once, and we would be very grateful to the Portfolio Committee if it also added its voice in the form of its recommendations to the Assembly, that we do need systematically to be moving towards a system where there is a framework, a scientific framework, if not a formula, for the allocation of resources between the departments, agencies, and entities that constitute our justice system as a whole, but in particular our criminal justice system. Because the reality is that those entities are so intimately codependent that a challenge with one ends up impacting on all of them. Indeed, an injury to one is an injury to all, because it helps little to increase the financial and personnel capacity of the police to investigate and to make arrests when there's not a concomitant increase in the capacity of Legal Aid South Africa to provide legal representation to those accused. All that you're going to end up creating is bottlenecks within the system. So I fully support both the call by Legal Aid South Africa and the call that's been echoed by members of this committee. I think just to say that what renders that even more urgent and important is the fact that legal aid is faced with a situation where its mandate is continuously expanding, and correctly so, but that can't be unfunded. Chairperson, I think just lastly, I would like to say that there is currently a vacancy on the board of Legal Aid South Africa. That matter has been brought to the ministry and it is being attended to, and we hope that it will be resolved in the very, very near future. But again, just to conclude by conveying our congratulations and deep appreciation to JP Mbele and the entire Legal Aid South Africa. Thank you very, very much. And Chairperson, my apologies if I need to slip back into my next go. Thank you.
Thank you, DM. Thank you very much for that. Few quick issues before you come with the responses, Chair and the executive, is that it is common cause that there are trials who fail to proceed in our courts on the basis that there was a complete absence of legal aid practitioners, which in turn that contributes to what we term the case backlog. How are you planning to contribute towards the case backlog in ensuring that the practitioners of legal aid are found where they are supposed to be at the time when they are supposed to be attending to those trials? Another issue that keeps on coming forward when we interact with legal aid is that the workload that even one candidate attorneys deals with a huge number of files, and as such that contributes towards staff morale and psychosocial capabilities of the legal aid practitioners. How are we planning to at least reduce the congestion of files per legal aid practitioner? There is an issue about office space. Can you brief us if all legal aid offices are on lease, or how do you procure or how do you secure office space as legal aid? Judge Mbele, you can start.
Thank you, Chair. I am going to leave most of the questions to management, to the executive to respond to, and once they have responded to some of the questions, I will then come in and respond to the remaining questions. And CEO.
Thank you, Chairperson, Board Chair, and thank you, Honorable Chairperson. And thank you, honorable members, for their inputs, and also thanks a lot to the Executive Authority, Honorable Deputy Minister, for his support for Legal Aid SA. I struggled to hear Honorable Klopper. May I just ascertain if his questions revolved around our regional court coverage and also our participation in court backlogs forums at the OCJ and also at DOJ?
Honorable Klopper, can you confirm that? I think that's what I heard as well.
Yes.
Chairperson, I think I believe she's speaking to the question of given the critical importance of reducing court backlogs, is Legal Aid actively participating in the backlog of court strategy with the OCJ and the DOJ? And if so, what role has it committed to?
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Klopper. And also, Honorable Klopper touched on the issue of the 3.4 million fraud case that we shed light on what the progress is and whether there has been any consequence management. I'm going to ask the COO to touch on the issue of the court backlogs. We have been actively liaising with the DOJ, Office of the DDG for Court Services, and also we participate in all enhancement efficiency forums at a regional level and also at a national level. I'd like the COO to please shed more light on our active participation in those forums and also cover the regional court, and then I'll come in on the civil legal aid.
Thank you so much, CEO, and thank you, Honorable Chair and members, for the questions. The questions relating to the backlog, obviously, is one of the challenges that we have as legal aid due to the budget cuts that we're unable to match our counterparts in court. So if our practitioner, for any reason, got sick, as we indicated earlier on, or there's flooding somewhere, we may not be able to get a replacement in that court because of those challenges. However, we do participate in the forum with the Department of Justice. This forum happens on a quarterly basis where we discuss the way in which this backlog can be reduced. And one of the plans that we have we're putting in place to assist with regard to the funding is development of funding model that is under development that we will definitely assist us if it's approved to be able to capacitate legal aid to be able to provide sufficient capacities. Just to give a practical example, Honorable Chair members, you'll notice that when the NPA is in court, they've got two prosecutors sitting in court. And if one prosecutor is not available, the other prosecutor is able to take over and proceed with the trial. But with legal aid, we're unable to match that. And that because of budget cut, to match that kind of resources that other counterparts they have. However, with those measures that we put in place and the discussion that we have with the Department of Justice on a quarterly basis with the efforts on how we can reduce the backlogs, we are hoping that there will be an improvement, but budget cut obviously may not clear all the backlogs. But there should be significant improvement with all the discussion and strategy that we're putting together with the Department of Justice. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, COO. In addition, with regard to staff shortages, when the CCSE was dealing with the risk component on the mitigation plan, honorable members might have seen staff optimization remedy in a number of the risks that were mentioned. With regard to staff optimization, considering our tight budget, on a quarterly basis, what our CFO and management team does is once we have delayed some appointments or where we have frozen positions, those savings are then directed to the other direct costs, which then is the path for us to enlist the support of Judicare practitioners so that they can assist in courts where we are battling. And we also are doing an overall demand-based resourcing exercise to see which courts deal with more matters so that there can be an equitable distribution of the resources. And with regard to Honorable Klopper's question about partnership on the Judicare Women Empowerment, we launched a dedicated initiative in 2022, whereby there is deliberate or intentional intention on the part of Legal Aid SA to have the Judicare women participating in our land and also in regional and high court. And the team has afforded the project more support in the form of engagement, in the form of training. And through that initiative, we have witnessed from 2023 to date an increase of about 4% from where we started when we started with the initiative. So when we ended the preceding strategic period, the women participation of Judicare was at almost 30% from the 27% that we took it from. And that was just enabled by that dedicated project. And with regard to additional funding for sexual offences court and also for special courts, management, our CFO, the board, whenever there's engagement with the executive authority, we do appeal for dedicated resources with regard, as we have witnessed a high demand on representation in domestic violence, maintenance courts, and also with harassment cases. In the current budgets, we have dedicated funding for special courts. With regard to the comments by Honorable Motlala, we welcome the call for the committee to assist in mobilizing for more resources. And with regard to, and we take to heart Honorable Motlala's suggestions with regard to the candidate attorney's support and continuation of that program. I am pleased to say Legal Aid, at one point or another, we have over 500 candidate attorneys in our employ, and the first year and second year subsequently. And there's a dedicated candidate attorney schools that is run by 2 of our provincial executives in Western Cape, Menolita, and also our provincial executive in KZN that are championing Lungile, that are championing that candidate attorney school. And at each and every local office and satellite office, we have principals that are looking after these candidate attorneys. And of the 500 candidate attorneys, we're also happy that more than 50%, almost more than 55% of the candidate attorneys are women. With regard to civil legal aid, we have already ring-fenced the funding for civil legal aid. and it does not compare favorably with what we have allocated to criminal legal aid. And that is occasioned by the fact that there are exclusions and limitations and restrictions that are placed on our civil legal aid in the legal aid regulations, particularly Regulation 11. And also in the provision of legal aid, Regulation 9 says we only take matters where, in the opinion of Legal Aid SA, the matters have good prospects of succeeding. So their offering is not the same with the criminal, where every person that's accused and they meet the means test at court are eligible for legal aid. But that in this strategic period, the board will make sure that we relook at this. But the relooking at these limitations and restrictions were done in lieu of the budget cuts that the CFO has outlined for as far back as 2015. So that was the entity's response to the budget cuts. In terms of what we presented, outcome 1, which is criminal legal aid, we have allocated about 1,262,000,000 and also only 195 million towards outcome 2, which is civil legal aid. With regard to the high case loads, I think the COO will come in here, but I think the staff rationalization project or staff optimization project, whereby we look at relooking at our resourcing so that it must be demand-based, so that we check practitioners that have high case loads and the ones that do not have high case loads, and make sure that there's equitable distribution. Some of the high case loads are occasioned by the vacancies and the delayed recruitment, of which that is a byproduct of us trying to manage the budget cuts. I will request our CFO or CCSE on the office accommodation and also on the 3.4 million fraud case. Thank you.
CFO.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks.
CCSE, I
Okay.
can deal with the office accommodation, and then you can deal with the fraud case.
All right, thank you.
All right. So, Chair, in terms of the office accommodation, we own 8 offices. So Legal Aid has bought offices, 8 offices, so outright purchase, including the national office. And we have offices around the country. The other 7 are around the country. But primarily, we lease office buildings. We also have where we are occupying space in courts, where the DOJ has made a space available for legal aid. But majority of our buildings are leased. So of the 64 local offices and 64 satellite offices and the 6+1 of the national office, we have 8 that we own and the rest is under lease. And then we have 6 or 7 that we operate from court. Thanks, Chair. CCSE.
Okay, thanks. Yeah. With regard to fraud, it's we have since opened a criminal and civil case, and what we also did is we have notified the pension fund not to release the pension of the suspect until the matters are concluded, and they have assured us that they will not release the fund. So we are waiting for the court outcome in this matter. Thank you.
Chair, can you do parting shots? Judge Mbele?
My apologies, Chair. I realize that I'm talking alone here. I'm muted. My apologies. Thank you, Chairperson and the committee for allowing us this opportunity to again come before you and present our strategy and what we would like to see happen with legal aid in future, and just to show our commitment to ensuring that the people of South Africa that require legal aid services do have access to the services that they need. They need so dire at any given time. And I think the executive team covered most of the questions that, almost all the questions that came from the members of the committee. And I still would like to extend appreciation from all committee members as well as the executive authority for their words of encouragement and support. And we look forward to more interactions from this committee and more of their guidance as we navigate our way into the future. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, committee members. Thank you, Legal Aid team. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair of the board and board members and the executive of Legal Aid South Africa. Look, there is no doubt that legal aid remains our backbone when we speak about access to justice, in particular when we talk about those.
Chairperson. Chair. Yes. Can I just follow up on one question, if possible?
Okay.
Yeah, before you can close. Yeah, thanks so much, officials from Legal Aid. You know, I just want also to check on labor reserved judgments. There's a report that was released on 18 June 2025. It stated that there are 223 reserved judgment. But when you look on these figures, they contradict the report that we got before. Even on the very same report, on some pages, it contradicts each other. And this raises serious concern about accuracy and completeness. Some reserved judgment, particularly from the Labor Appeal Court under the Judge President, are not even reflected at all there. These include matters involving poor workers and legal aid clients. So I just want to check, why is legal aid not demanding full transparency on all reserved judgments affecting its clients, especially in the Labor Appeal Court? And what steps has legal aid taken to hold the judiciary accountable in cases like those where judgments are indefinitely shelved or omitted from official reports? It's just that one, Chairperson, I left it when I was presenting earlier. Can they please, if they are part of, if their mandate extend to labor courts, can they please respond on that matter? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mhlala. The limitation to that may be that they don't have an authority over judicial decisions. But Chair, can you quickly update or provide a response to what Honorable Mhlala has raised?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Mhlala, for that question. The reality is, legal aid, like all other litigants, do not have powers to direct judges or to tell judges what to do, but all they can do is to lay a complaint with the Judicial Service Commission or Judicial Conduct Committee when judges are delayed or they come after the prescribed period in terms of the norms and standards and what the judges, the heads of court have agreed upon. But what I know that the most we have the labor practitioners at the Johannesburg office where we have labor court officers, and I'm going to request the executive team to respond on whether we have specific judgments that affect legal aid that remain outstanding in both the Labor Appeal Court and the Labor Court. Thank you. CEO?
Thank you, Board Chairperson. We will look at that and provide a written response to the committee. Also noting that we, as the committee chairperson and AJ Pimbele has indicated that we do not have jurisdiction over that territory, but we will indicate the numbers from our side.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, that's what I was indicating, that you may have limitations in terms of judicial decisions. But I think you must do that, provide us with a written stats on to what extent we have reserve judgments and their impact and their longevity and their impact to the labor matter or the clients for labor matters. So as I was saying, like that, there is no doubt that legal aid becomes a backbone to the needy people of South Africa who may be facing legal wars, and legal aid remains one of those institutions that perform very well amidst a constrained fiscal environment. We all would recall that we have been talking about issues of budget not being satisfactory to complete part of the performance indicators that legal aid would have presented here in front of us. But I think we are quite delighted to the fact that you took the transfer of the land rights unit to you with both hands, and as such, you had been able to utilize the budget that was actually allocated for that purpose, and as such, you have already been able to identify budget shortfalls and requesting the committee to assist you in that regard. And it is true that you cannot have a budget cut for over 200 million and you don't face problems. So part of what we would have agreed upon as the committee is that when we are done with the budget vote process, we are going to approach the appropriations committee to argue for additional budget in areas that which would see that they need budget additions. So we are going to attend to that immediately after we're done, because we need to understand fully that in the entities within the portfolio, where are the significant budget needs across all the entities. So it's a work that we're still going to undergo, as the committee would have committed when we started attending to the budget votes. We note the shortfall on the land rights, we note the budget cuts. Amidst that, you are able to do your work professionally and efficiently, and that we appreciate. We are going to continue supporting Legal Aid South Africa as part of our institutions that cement the principles of our constitutional democracy. With those words, Chair, the board members and the executives, we thank you very much for your presentation. We're going to take the budget issues to ourselves and attend to them. Thank you very much, Chair and the board members and the executives.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Members, we have got a debate on the OCJ budget vote in the House next week. So the report has been completed this morning and it was shared with all the members. So we request members to look on it and we're going to attend to it for adoption tomorrow so that we're able to go to the House next week to debate the budget vote on OCJ. With that being said, members, thank you very much. It's been a long day. At least you still have 45 minutes to go to the House. Thank you very much, members. The meeting is adjourned.
Recording stopped.